Hello and welcome to LA1 TV's live coverage of LUSU Full-Time Officer Hustings 2016. I'm joined by Ruben Pullen.
Afternoon.
And we'll be talking through the first part of today's proceedings. Things are just about to kick off down at Barker House Farm, where the 6 full-time officers the candidates will be doing their hustings with the aim of getting elected when voting opens later this week. We're going to be talking about anything and everything to do with LUSU elections. You've experienced a fair few yourself, and of course with your brothers both being full-time officers.
Runs in the family.
It does run in the family indeed. What's your favourite bit of the whole campaign period? Because you've got quite a relaxing time now, because you're obviously not a candidate.
Yeah, and I would say my favourite part of elections now is being able to rip into other people's manifestos and speeches without any repercussions that people are going to think you're a not nice person and take votes away from you, which, well,
you're doing.
It might not seem the most moral answer, but...
I must admit, I was talking to former Finesse President Polly McDonnell, whose name had been suggested as a potential candidate. I was talking to Polly last week, and we were saying, having a wonderful, peaceful week.
Yeah,
a really nice, peaceful week, and no campaigning or anything like that to do. I think it's really interesting to see some of the candidates as the 2 weeks go on. There was actually a Scan article recently about the welfare of candidates. I saw some last night, very late, wandering around actually doing posters or writing speeches, and they looked rather tired.
I can imagine. It's got to take its toll.
Yeah. It really has. The other Scan article that we've just been having a very quick look at that is really rather funny, actually, is one by Matthew Gillings, who we will say now is Rhiannon's campaign manager, I think is the role he's positioned himself for, and is pulling all the strings behind that campaign. And is very organised, as if he's from House of Cards or the thick of it. And he's written an article for Scan on how to win a LUSU election, and there's a good few points on here. There are 15 in total. Which was your favourite?
I think the one that mentioned find well-known people to endorse you and get everyone else to just vote for you.
Yes.
I mean, there is some truth of that. If there's candidates wandering around campus with their photo boards and everything, they know who they're going to pick out because they know who's been in elections before. And
did you have people, because you're fairly well known, you've been 2 positions on a JCR you've had.
Yeah.
Now, Vice President and then subsequently President of Pendle College. And obviously with your brothers being very recent full-time officers, you're fairly well known on campus. Have you had people asking for you to endorse them?
Only one so far.
One?
I've managed to avoid it otherwise.
Oh, that's interesting. I did have 2 or 3 people ask me to be on their campaign teams, actually. And I said, obviously, as I'm fronting this coverage, I have to remain strictly neutral in public, at least, especially until after this programme. But it's interesting to see how many society presidents and sports team captains and college presidents and the like have had people asking them to endorse them.
That's what I'd like to see. It's not just individual well-known people, a lot of the candidates are asking. They are actually going to the sports teams. I've seen that quite a bit on Facebook. They're actually going out to talk to the people whose votes they're trying to get, rather than just getting their face seen on social media.
Now, there was a motion passed in Union Council last year which forbid any officer endorsing people for up to the level which they're running for, which basically means that current JCR officers cannot endorse anyone for JCR officers. Cross-campus can't endorse for cross-campus, and the FTOs can't endorse anyone for full-time officers. It does mean that JCRs and CCOs can endorse people for presidents and support them and campaign for them. But the full-time officer team, for the first time in, I don't know how long actually, aren't allowed to endorse anybody this year. No, because of the motion that was passed at council. Do you think that's had any effect on campaigning? Because there have been in the past, there have been very notable occasions when a current full-time officer has said, this person should be my successor.
Yeah, I like the change that they've put in.
Does it make it more democratic?
I would say so. It's giving people a chance to vote based on who they actually think is right. Everyone's always still going to tell, outside of any roles that they have outside their capacity as an officer, who to vote for. But as long as they can't do that publicly, it really just leveled the playing field quite a lot.
It's very interesting to see that, and maybe it will cut down on the establishment or loose clique vote and the effect of that. But I'm very sure that any full-time officer who has a particular interest in a particular candidate is more than capable of in conversation saying so, but it'll be very interesting to see what effect that has. Now, there are rather a lot of candidates running in these elections, although there aren't any categories or any positions that have a huge number going for them. In the past, we've seen 6 or maybe 7 people running for a single category, and it can get very crowded on the stage. It can be quite difficult to stand out, but the most we've got running are the 4 people running for Vice President Activities. Every other position has 3 or fewer. Vice President Education has a single candidate along with Ron. What do you think that says about Lusu democracy?
I would have thought it would have more competition, because even if you know it's a great candidate going for it, surely someone must think, I'm interested in education and I stand about a 50-50 chance. You're going to get equal coverage at least. So I'm surprised there's a position with no competition outside of Ron, which seems unlikely. But
yes. We're hoping later on, we're still waiting for the go-ahead on this, but we're hoping to be able to do Husts for Ron for each of the positions, with the aim of opening up the eyes of the electorate to see some of the deficiencies in some of the manifestos, and having a good-natured but critical look at some of the manifestos that have been pointed out there. And as soon as I get the go-ahead to actually read those out on air, I will be doing so. It's very interesting to see the mix of people who are running. There are a few cross-campus positions going today. There's cross-campus officer sports, socio-economic equality, and students with disabilities officer. None of those are contested either.
no, and CCOs, honestly, like, people don't really know what you do a lot of the time, so it's not surprising people don't know about the roles or aren't interested in them. FTOs and JCRs, you can see very clearly what they're doing on campus, and they're always putting it out there, but because CCOs don't always have such a specific remit people to represent, it's easy to just pass it by. It's just sort of in the ether somewhere.
And they don't, because we're a very college-focused university and union. Do you think they fall through the gaps between?
Yeah, I think they do serve some use, depending on the position. But yeah, a lot of them, they just can end up irrelevant.
It's very interesting to see that the sports position is only being filled now, because of course this is a by-election for this position, because CCOs are usually elected in Michaelmas term. There are only 3 positions relevant to sports and societies on Union Council out of 65 officers.
Yeah.
There's the sports and societies and groups, the 2 cross-campus officers, and the activities full-time officer. So a third of the representation for activity groups is missing from Union Council at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what our activities candidates say about that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you've raised, because in JCRs you're representing your college, maybe football, netball, bar sports teams, any other teams if you have them, but compare that to all the other societies.
There's over 200 societies. Yeah. There's very difficult to get an exact number of societies. The LUSU Impact Report says, I think over 200, and the website says over 200. I think the number's around 215 at the last count that I heard, and there's 39 books groups and over 40 sports teams, including those, in total. So it does seem that there's a huge body of people there with very little representation at the moment. It'll be very interesting to see what the activities candidates who are coming up second in today's hustings have to say about that. After the activities position, we'll be moving on to some of the others. We'll be having welfare, education and union development before finishing with the president vote. For president, there are currently 4 names on the nominations board on the LUTU website, but one of these candidates did put out a status on Facebook saying that they have withdrawn and that they were endorsing another candidate.
Oh, I didn't
subsequently
see that.
After they were withdrawn. Now, it's always a bit of a grey area for those of us who aren't actually candidates and don't fully know all the rules of campaigning about whether you can endorse people, but there are limits on what you can do as endorsing people when you're a candidate. So it's interesting to see that one has pulled out and subsequently endorsed another candidate. That leaves 3 candidates in the running for Lucy President. You've got Adam Gardner, Rhiannon Jones, and Ashley Threadgold. So 2 of those come from a college JCR background. Rhiannon, of course, was County President. Ashley was Vice President of Events
that's right.
in Furness. I must admit, I don't know very much about Adam Gardner. What's his political background?
Next to none, and I think he's quite proud of it, to be honest. I do actually know Adam Gardner quite well, so when I say his campaign is frankly ridiculous, he wouldn't mind me saying that.
Okay.
I think he's just a person who thought, well, why not run?
Stick the hat in the ring and see what happens.
I don't think it's a political statement particularly. It's not
a protest vote
or anything. It's not a protest vote. It's just, let's see how many votes I can get.
Being a bit
as someone who
rubbish in terms of
as someone who's not
see.
really into student politics.
Well, that'll make those hustings later on to finish the day very interesting indeed. We have 3 candidates running for welfare and community. We have David Whitlock, Polly Davies and Lucy Clues. That's going to be an interesting position. They're going to be taking on the mantle from Anna Lee, who has become rather well known and has actually had national press focusing on her NUS campaign at the moment. So do you think they're sort of big shoes to fill?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's the expectation that they're going to go on to do the same things Anna's done, but I can imagine she's going to have some tricky questions for them to answer later because she's so passionate about her job. It's going to be expected that the next people are going to be as well. They have a lot of weight on their shoulders to live up to previous officers.
It's a very, very broad role. Most of these vice presidential roles are actually very broad roles, but this one covers so many niche issues from different groups. You've got the liberation groups in there, you've then got all of the welfare campaigns that Lucy runs, as well as any issues that individual students come and throw in the mix as well. How do you think candidates are going to manage to focus on a broad enough range of issues to be relevant to the majority of voters, while still saying enough detail about any to make it not just sound like they're talking hot air?
That's what I'm looking forward to see, really. I think different candidates will take their own stances, choose their favoured issues to particularly campaign about, but I mean, they don't always have to be in opposition in what they're campaigning for, so I'm just looking forward to seeing what people focus on and see which voting body they're trying to appeal to most, because I imagine that's what it'll end up being.
Yeah, well, one thing I think I'm going to find very interesting on this is there's been talk of in recently when Lucy's done engagement exercises with students that some people have said that Lucy's campaigns are too focused on minority or liberation groups, and there aren't enough campaigns that affect the majority of students. Now, the welfare and community officer has to be there to stand up for minority rights, and that is a key part of the remit. But do you think these issues for the majority are going to dictate a large part of the campaign, given how many votes they have the potential to pull in?
I think it's always going to be something that's a big part of campaigns, but in the Democratic Engagement Survey that's recently gone out, it ranked all the different issues that the Students' Union tackles, and it had a spread of agree, strongly agree, down to disagree, strongly disagree, of how important the issues were. And a lot of the liberation issues were ranked low down just because it had a high number.
The larger the sample, the lower.
Yeah, it was just a lot of people in strongly disagree compared to all the others. So it seems like there's a minority of people who are very against it, who are quite vocal, whereas all the other issues are generally quite spread. So it was just interesting to see that it's not a big group who I think are particularly against it. It is just a smaller vocal minority.
So it's not even actually that the majority of students don't care, it's that there is a small minority of students that this report found that were against these issues.
Yeah, I think that's what can be seen from it, or one potential.
That's a really interesting finding, because it shows that one of the main things that the current and future welfare officers are going to have to be doing is actually combating potential bigotry on campus at Lancaster, and not just focusing on national campaigns. We think of Lancaster as a fairly safe environment, because we don't have, to the extent of some universities, some of the major problems with things like racism and homophobia, to the extent that some other universities do. They can clearly still be a problem at Lancaster, but I think we're lucky that when we have reports done about campus, any mention of attacks or hate speech are fairly low level compared to what we see in some other universities. So it's very interesting to see that this report found that there is actually a vocal minority who are potentially against these rights for liberation groups. Now, one thing we are going to be doing today is looking out on social media to see what people are tweeting in. So we've actually got a screen set up in the studio, and I'm going to go and have a quick look at it now with some of the tweets on. So over here you can see there are a few tweets from LA1 TV. Ignore the one that said we were going live at 11:30. A few delays down at Barkhouse Farm meant that we weren't able to do that. But please do tweet in with the hashtag FTO Elections. We will be pulling up some of these these tweets here on the screen. The books pool on the screen seems to be a popular one at the moment, and there's another one here pulling out a point from Adam Gardner's manifesto about having good DJs in Sugar House. And that is, our screen's just not very happy at the moment. I don't think it likes the idea of having good DJs in Sugar House, but we'll be coming back to some of these tweets later on. And just one final one here. How long will my laptop battery last? Well, I don't think it's going to last as long as these hustings, I'm afraid, so you're going to have to find yourself a plug socket. We'll come back to the tweets a little bit later and see how they're getting on. There's still not any sign of life coming from Barkhouse Farm yet. What are we going to do? A bit of a sweepstake on what time we're going to finish down there?
What time is it now?
It's 12:30.
12. 3:30, maybe?
3:30. Really it's scheduled to finish later than that. If you look at the event on Facebook, it is due to finish. The event runs on, according to the event time, 12 till 4:30, and it says 3:35 till 4:30 is for the president. Do you think it's going to finish on time?
I think it'll.
Given they're starting,
I don't think it'll
half an hour late.
I don't think it'll run much later than that. I've heard that some of the candidates can't be here to read out their own Husts, so there's going to be fewer questions between them. So,
do you think that will reflect particularly badly? Or do you think there's actually not enough people watching to make a difference?
It depends on the reason, I guess. If it's someone who just can't be bothered, then I think that would be reflected. But if it's like illness, then and you've got someone else to read it out and answer questions, then I think it's fair enough. You can't complain about that.
It'll be very interesting to see what effect that has on their campaigns. The schedule for the day is, it was 12 o'clock till 12:05, welcome and ground rules, 12:05 till 12:25, education, 12:25 till 1:10, activities, 1:10 till 1:55, welfare and community, a break at 1:55 to 2:05, and resuming again at 2:05 with the union development position. At 2:50 to 3:35 is campaigns and communications, and 3:35 till 4:30 president. Now I am going to put, if I was a betting man, I would put money on it not finishing at 4:30. I would be saying at least 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Last year I think it ran over by somewhere in the region of an hour.
All right.
So,
I think I might have been a bit off with 3:30.
Yes, I'll definitely buy you a drink if it finishes at half past.
Okay.
If it finishes at 3:30, but I am doubtful, shall we say, that
Maybe I'm
that is
overly
actually
optimistic.
going to happen. The education one has only 20 minutes allocated for it because there is only one candidate. Every other position has 45, I think, apart from president, which has 55 minutes allocated. Personally, I don't think they'll get through president in that time.
You think they need longer?
Well, there's 15 minutes worth of hustings for a start of the actual, before you get any questions in. So if you say 15 minutes and then 2 or 3 minutes just faffing about on stage, you've got not a huge amount of time left there. Half an hour for questions for 3 candidates for president. I don't think, because if they get a minute to answer each question, I don't know if they've actually set the time limit yet for that. We're just getting a few pictures in from Barkhouse Farm. Actually, I don't know if we could just put them on the TV down here. It shows a very empty stage at the moment. So it looks like nothing has actually started yet down there. So much for the 12 o'clock start. So I don't know what is actually going on down there. Hopefully they'll start soon because, as I say, the later and later it gets, there's going to be issues with the fact that it's Barkhouse Farm is, of course, used to serve food.
There's going to be people coming for the tea.
So I don't know how that's going to pan out with if a couple of hundred Cartmel students pile in for food at 5 o'clock and we're still
Probably
going.
the biggest attendance they'll have ever had for FTO Hustings.
Oh, did you go? You're a second year student now. Did you go to FTO Hustings last year?
No, I didn't.
No. So you're going to be heading down
but
in a bit to watch the.
yeah, looking forward to going along.
It's going to be interesting to see. We've heard that they are nearly ready down there, so we'll be wrapping up just here. You're heading down later on.
Yep.
You're going to be heading down to hear the last couple of positions. Have you got any questions lined up?
I think a lot of them I'm going to be asking going to be not specific questions, but wishy-washy manifesto points like opening communication or facilitating this or that. It's like, yes, but how are you going to do that? It's all well and good that you want to do it, but you can't just sit there and take calls all day.
It's very interesting to see that some of the manifestos have gone for a problem solution, whereas others have stayed more broad focused, and some of them you look at them and you think, actually, that's rubbish because you've not provided a solution. You've identified something that needs to change, but you've not actually said anything about how you're going to do that, or even how you're going to look at that. Just saying, I will improve communication with X, Y, and Z groups doesn't really sell yourself to the electorate.
No, I must admit I prefer problem solution because after elections, when the officers are in the roles, engagement's going to go down. You're not going to get people bringing forward as many issues, so it's nice to know that they have some that they actually want to do for the rest of the year.
And you can hold them to account.
Yeah.
It means that if you want to go to Union Council halfway through their term and say, OK, you were going to do this, this and this in your manifesto, why are these not done? You get the chance to go and ask them and make them feel rather uncomfortable if it hasn't been done. So, yeah, I think that's really interesting to see the different approaches on manifestos there. Now, Barkhouse Farm, it looks like Tom Stapleton, the chair of the Hustings and Vice President Union Development, has just taken to the lectern. So we're going to go down live to Barkhouse Farm now for the husting for the position of Vice President Education. Clear. Okay. Awesome.
the lecture the minutes for it online. I think one of the problems with Senate is that it's not accessible to most students, and a lot of students have never even heard of it before. I mean, I need this job, so unfortunately I cannot say anything that's happened at Senate.
Any more questions?
So turnover time for essays has slowly increased rapidly, even though they promised to have a 4-week turnover. Especially for postgraduates, that's been exceptionally problematic. I've been waiting 7 weeks for essay replies. What are you going to do to try and make that better, really?
Well, I think part of it is putting pressure on departments and also working with the PG board to make sure that any complaints about hand-ins are as quickly as possible. Because I don't think that many FTOs in the past have been listening to postgraduate concerns. And I feel if we made a massive push for it next year, we could get almost the 4-week limit that is on undergraduate coursework on postgraduate coursework.
Any more?
Hello? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Bit louder.
Hello? Yeah? Sorry, my voice is like totally going. So some JCRs have the role of education within their JCRs. What kind of role do you actually think they should be playing, and how should that be contributing to the whole system of academic reps and stuff like that?
Well, in Finesse College we have an Education Opportunities Officer, and they go to Academic Council. I think that academic officers in JCRs have merely been a role that has been overlooked in the past. And I think there needs to be something changed with them, because not a lot of people in the colleges know what they do or ask them about things. It's a real problem. I feel as if there should be, I don't know, I feel as if there should be a system where academic officers can get together and talk about stuff on campus. I feel as if they should have their own sort of subcom together, maybe talk about stuff.
With regards to filming lectures, within the management school, some of the lecturers have expressed the opinion that if they're filmed, then there's no point in them being there in like 2 or 3 years, because all of their lecture content will have been filmed. How do you plan on combating that kind of opinion?
Well, the way to deal with that is simply not to release the video recording straight away. I mean, if there's a time limit between when students go to lectures and when they release the recordings, students will be forced to go to lectures still. But the reason why video recording lectures is so important is because for students with disabilities and stuff, making lectures isn't always something that they can do. And oftentimes, departments don't have provisions for students with these problems, and they sort of treat it like it's their fault and try and sweep it under the rug. So I feel as if this is something we should be pushing, and that the lecturers' opinions on it isn't as valid as the needs of the students of Lancaster University.
Okay, does anyone have one last question for Nick?
Sorry, I can't.
I don't know. Cool. With regards to the lecture recordings again, how would you sort of deal with lecturers not being happy that their lectures being recorded, and sort of the issues surrounding intellectual property within the university?
I mean, intellectual property is one of the biggest concerns when it comes to lecture recording, and I know fine well it's been a big part of the terms and conditions that Ben Harper has been writing up recently. With intellectual property, all it would have to do was just basically make promises that even now that information is out there, it's still the lecturer's intellectual property, not to infringe on it. And I think if we write up the right terms and conditions with the university, we can get those provisions, and I think lecturers will be way more on board.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick. Okay, I'd like to invite all the candidates for Vice President activities to come and take a seat at the front, please. Akida, I think. Something with a stick. Ben, is this on? Can everyone hear me? Sure. Okay, cool. Okay, so we have Vice President activities now. I'd like to invite Hannah Metcalf to start us off. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
So today I'm going to be giving you 4 points: support, acknowledgement, recognition and appreciation. For the role of Vice President of Activities, these are the 4 main points which I think are most important of what we need to focus on. I'm currently on the PG board, which is basically the JCR for postgraduate students. I'm not only that, I'm also quite heavily involved with LUSU and a lot of the smaller councils within LUSU, and try and actively represent and be engaging as possible with LUSU currently. During my time at university, as I am a postgraduate, I've been here for many years. I've been part of many different societies. I've been part of the Ballroom Dancing Society and also the Debating Society. In my postgrad, I've been part of the darts teams, the pool team, and also the netball team. I know how things work, and not only have I been part of the sporting societies, but I know how things work for the activities which are not necessarily represented by LUSU. Throughout my time, I've noticed that these societies, which are not the sports societies, are not fully represented by LUSU at all. They struggle for funding. They do exceptionally well at the competitions, and they're not being recognised at all. What do I want to try and implement? I really want these societies to do well. As they stand up and they support our university, they make sure that they represent the university and do well. Therefore, as Vice President of Activities, I want to make sure they're fully supported and recognised themselves. Currently, there's an activities membership that is implemented for sporting societies where they have to pay membership to the gym. What I really want to do is implement this for competitive societies which are not part of books. This is exceptionally important, especially because LUSU is struggling for funding and this needs to be implemented. What I'm going to do is actively try and promote this activities membership for societies that are competitive, such as the Debating Society, the Ballroom Dancing Society, the Music Society, and all the other ones that compete. Whilst talking to all the different societies, I've noticed that each of these societies don't necessarily need the exact same tailor-made activities membership. So what I'm going to actively try and create is implement one that is made specifically for each society, which will be able to work with them all individually. For example, if I was to work with the Music Society, they have 3 main competitions a year. These 3 main competitions a year, they range from approximately £39 per individual who goes to that competition. Ways in which I could do this is implement a £5 a term membership for these members of the society, which would generate over £3 grand for that society, which then could be redistributed throughout the year to encourage them to have more money within the system, and also not rely on LUSU to heavily fund that society and be able to be redistributed between other societies in the context which they go to. Representation and acknowledgement is vastly important. We need to show what all societies have achieved. The Debating Union went to the European Debating Championships and did exceptionally well. They won vast amounts of competitions, yet no one knows or no one knew what had happened. Many other societies are doing it too. Lancaster University Ballroom Dancing Society hosted the national ballroom dancing competition, yet LUSU didn't know either. These things need to be represented. What I would do is I would work with all the other FTO candidates and make sure that we can work together to be able to implement a system where these achievements can be recognised. Finally, we need greater advertisement for Carter Shield and all the other intercollegiate sporting events which occur. Ways in which we can do this is to create a sport in the square to show the activities which we're doing for Carter Shield that week and put it in Alex Square. In this way, we can show what we're doing to try and encourage more intercollege representation, rather than just having the JCRs representing that college. Appreciation. I'm going to appreciate all individual societies, not just those who are part of the sporting societies and get a vast amount of funding from books and along those lines. I want to make sure that every single society knows who I am and make sure that they can all approach me whenever there's an issue. I want to appreciate and acknowledge all of them to show that I'm there to support them and there to help them. Because of this, I really hope that you would vote for me. Thank you.
Viraj Bhatia.
Hello guys, my name's Viraj and I'm from Grisdale College. I'm currently Grisdale Sports Officer and the University Cricket Captain. I'm running for this post because I have passion for sports and basically want to see this university do well at every sporting activity and basically hope that they get more exposure and more attention than they already do. To elaborate, having attended Carter Shield regularly throughout this year, I've noticed that people come up to Carter Shield to have fun on a Sunday, have a laugh. So basically I want to increase Carter Shield activities to have it every alternate Sunday. I feel like more people come down for sports that they don't know that much about, which are mainstream sports. For example, goalball, wheelchair basketball, or rounders for that matter, because they're more fun activities and every college is equal on each level because they're not equal on each level. The other thing I want to talk about is organizing an event for international societies. I know we do World at Lancaster, but this is a bit different from it. I want to do one international event every term because we have over 40 international societies at Lancaster, and I feel like if they do a traditional act of their own, I feel like students at Lancaster will be more aware of the different kinds of societies there are and what different cultures exist at Lancaster. If reports about Campus Fest being cancelled this year are true, I'd like to do all in my capabilities this year, do all in my capability to reinstate Campus Fest next year, because that's one platform that all students at Lancaster have to showcase their talent. And if I do get elected, the Roses campaign would be an Away Roses this year. One thing I remember from my first Roses campaign was, when it was in Away Roses, we were meant to sleep on the lecture theatres. I'd like to work with the presidents and captains of each society or club, because I don't want our participants to be sleeping on a lecture theatre day before the event. So hopefully work with them to book accommodation way ahead of time so that they don't have to sleep on lecture theatres anymore. Another of my concerns is that many international students, they do come to Lancaster after Freshers Week or after Freshers Fair is over, so they do not attend the Freshers Fair and do not know much about the up-and-coming societies which aren't advertised well enough throughout the year. So they suffer because they have less number of members. So I'd like to work with these smaller societies so I can promote them throughout the year using LUSU's Twitter account, using their Facebook account, and using posters all around campus throughout the year so I can promote them. And one of the things I feel which is not spoken about enough during Freshers Week is again the Carter Shield. I feel like during the day when the JCR should get more involved with speaking to students about Carter Shield, having a day set aside where the JCR can speak to every fresher in their college about what the Carter Shield is all about, what legends, founders, patriots is all about, why it happens, and what they should and why they should come up, because it's a laugh. And what I'm going to take from my uni life is so much is going to be from Carter Shield and the memories I've had from there, or from legends. I feel like if they're promoted well enough to the freshers and they're made to feel important, these events are made to feel important, freshers will come down. Because if there's one thing Lancaster prides itself upon is college pride. And if we promote it well enough, people will come down to support their college. Thank you.
Well done. Next up, we've got Jack Walker.
Hi everyone, I'm Jack, final year management science student in Fard College. I'm running for the position of VP activities because over the past 2.5 years, activities has been at the heart of my time at Lancaster, and I want to use the experience I have gained at my time here to improve the ways activities in the union benefit students. When I decided to run for this role, I wanted to create a manifesto of policies that would not only benefit all students engaged with the activities, but also be realistic and achievable. I'm going to talk to you about my main policies, how I intend to action them if elected, and the relevant areas of my experience to make me the right candidate to achieve these goals. My first aim is to improve the transparency and accountability of decisions that affect activities. This year, members of Bucks competing sports clubs experienced vast changes to membership fees. Many students were unhappy with the change and were not aware of why the change was made or how they would benefit from it. As part of the Constitutional Review Committee, I've heard first-hand from students some of the issues and barriers that they and their members have experienced with LUSU decisions, particularly in regards to the areas of activity and have heard some of the great suggestions on how to improve their relationship with the activities team. If elected, I plan to keep clubs and societies better informed with what LUSU is doing to support their activity groups, so more of the great work the activities team does is appreciated. I will also make sure that any future changes and the reasoning behind them is made clear to the students that it affects, by giving clubs and society execs the full breakdown of what, why, when, and where changes are going to happen, and who is accountable for them. My second aim is to increase the awareness of and simplify access to the support available to clubs and societies, to help all activities groups benefit as much as possible from their student union membership. As president of the Handball Club, I'm very aware of the issues and difficulty around applying for support, such as funding and transport. Not knowing how to apply, what support groups are entitled to, or by what process the application for support goes through, the current system is reactive and not proactive to student queries. If elected, I will work with staff and personally with groups to devise methods to simplify the process of funding applications, booking transport, room bookings and extra training time to make access and support easier to understand. Another aim of mine is to provide further support to society groups and recreation and college sport, as I believe these groups are currently given less support and development than our competitive clubs. Societies contain some of our most engaged students and are also the groups that benefit the largest number of students. I want to increase the support for these groups that would be able to benefit even more if the students had the necessary means. As an activator for the Just Play scheme, I've truly seen the many benefits the project has on a large number and breadth of students. I wish to increase the range of sports available, as well as the number of one-off events put on throughout the scheme to allow even more students to engage. My final aim relates to the facilities used by our activities groups. The development of sport and activity at Lancaster is currently hindered by a lack of facilities, with the gym, pool, courts, pitches and large rooms having excess demand. While building more facilities would be ideal, it's not a solution that could be implemented quickly enough to benefit any of the current students at Lancaster. It's my aim to set up a request process to allocate training times that better utilise the facilities we have, to provide the best opportunity for our clubs to maximise attendance to training so that they can thrive and improve. This process will extend to the use of flat floor space and other facilities such as lecture theatres, which our society groups use, by reviewing all the facilities currently available to activities group and ensuring that they are fairly used to the best of their ability. The role of VP activities is largely, aside from making and implementing policies, representative of the students. The role requires real knowledge and understanding of all areas of activities. Having experience within a competitive sports team, the running of a current and formation of a new society, having democratic review feedback from students as part of the Constitution Review Committee, being a Just Play activator for one of the scheme's most successful sports, having participated in inter-college sport for 3 years and being part of this year's Roses Committee, I believe I truly am the candidate with the best experience for the role and to ensure all students involved in activities are fairly represented. So I hope you choose to use your vote to back Jack. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Alex Dale.
Hi, I'm Alex and I'm running for the role of VP Activities. My favourite part of my time at Lancaster has been being a member of the Dance Society. When applying to university, knowing there was a dance society really impacted my decision, and finding the Ludance website resulted in at least a day of me watching videos of their routines, thinking, I'd like to do that. I currently have a 16-hour contact week for my degree, but spend at least 18 hours a week dancing. Through Ludance, I met some of my best friends and made some of my best memories. I've had the opportunity to compete at competitions across the UK and perform at lots of campus events. Being in Ludance has made my university experience, and I want others to have as good an experience as I've had pursuing their own interests. Societies and sports clubs are the main way that students interact with LUSU. I've said how one society has transformed my time at university, and I want to ensure that all of our clubs and societies could do the same for other students. Currently, clubs and societies are on the edge of what LUSU does and are not politically represented. They accomplish great achievements, including winning national competitions, raising tens of thousands of pounds for charity, breaking Bucks records, hosting nationally recognised events, and ultimately are the heart and soul of campus life. But they achieve this through their own hard work and dedication without any support from LUSU. And while LUSU doesn't exist to run societies, they should be there to support when asked. Issues surrounding society and club sponsorship and society execs not knowing where to seek support have both been brought to the Council recently. Along with an article in tomorrow's scan on the cancellation of Campus Fest, this highlights the deficiencies in LUSU's relationships with these groups. I want to improve the relationship between LUSU and all activity groups, and the 4 sections of my manifesto revolve around this. Increased representation is vital if LUSU is to truly represent what our students and our groups want. With over 5,000 students involved in clubs and societies, these groups constitute the largest body of students, far more than those students regularly involved in JCR or other parts of LUSU. However, there are only 3 officers elected to Union Council to represent over 200 societies and 39 Bucks sports teams. Therefore, major political decisions are made with little input from clubs and societies and no direct input from the people running them. It's no wonder that some groups are ignoring LUSU policy or feel completely disengaged. I will ensure that any democratic changes mean that decisions that impact teams and societies are made after proper consultation with these groups. Communication between LUSU, sports teams and societies is often poor, leading to groups getting the wrong message or not receiving any information at all. The Sports Lancaster membership system was developed at the very end of the last academic year, with little time to communicate the potential changes and effects of this to students. While the timing was forced upon LUSU by wider university developments, a better system of communication between teams and LUSU activities could have significantly helped in the process and cut the amount of negative feelings and press. Similarly, the cancellation of Campus Fest was done with minimal consultation from the groups involved. If elected, I will either bring back Campus Fest or start a better replacement event to ensure that societies and the arts have their own showcase. Both of these examples show that LUSU needs to develop a new way of communicating with clubs and societies. I propose introducing smaller, more regular meetings with the officers and staff and execs to allow for better communication and support for the groups. The recent changes to sports team membership mean that now is the ideal time to change the way that LUSU supports its societies. Now that sport has a sustainable funding model, we need to open this up to societies. This may mean some societies becoming Sports Lancaster or Sports Lancaster Plus groups, but it also means starting a new equivalent model for societies in which they receive the same benefits for the same input. For example, Sports Lancaster clubs receive half of their transport and competition entry costs, and a similar scheme to this would greatly enhance the opportunities available to members of competing societies. For non-competing societies, funding could be allocated to help them attend national or regional conferences or events with other universities. Next year will be an Away Roses, and it is a cliche for every candidate to state in their Hust that they will be the first officer in 30 years to lead Lancaster to an Away Roses victory. LUSU did a lot of work last year to try and identify the differences between away and home roses and mitigate these. Clearing exam timetables and providing separate accommodation for people competing early the next day were identified as key issues, along with increasing Lancaster support in York. Failure to deliver on some of these issues contributed to the loss, and I want to ensure that they are brought up early enough to implement them properly and put in place long-term solutions so that we can work towards winning an Away Roses. The Focus Sports Scheme started this year with increased funding for 6 trial sports has proved to be a great success, and this must be expanded and made into a central part of our sports strategy for the long term. Exam timetabling must be cleared for the Roses weekend, including the Friday as a university policy. I have the experience and the passion to make a difference and want the opportunity to help change LUSU and Lancaster University for the better by improving our representation, communication, facilitation and engagement. With regards to university teams, I know that it changed this year so that they have to pay for a gym membership. What do you guys think about that, and is that something that you would want to keep, or would you try and get rid of that next year?
Basically, I think in some ways they do work for certain societies, but sometimes they don't necessarily work for others. So for those who are competing regularly and are actively engaging externally to the university, it works really well for them because now they don't have to fund travel costs and everything like that. I've spoken a lot to Natalie about this and seen how that works. Though with other societies, from one I was talking to, was rock climbing, it just doesn't work. They have to apply for a gold membership now just to use the climbing wall, and it's costing £80 a term, and it doesn't necessarily work for those. So in ways in which I'd say I'd try and tailor it to each individual society, this is the ways I'll try and make it work for every single one individually, so then they're getting the most out of what they're paying for, whilst also attempting to save them money, but also trying to get everything that they actively need. It's going to take a lot of time in the process to try and do that, but there's time that is necessarily needed for these societies, especially for the students, so then everybody can afford it and can enjoy these activities, especially because there's been such a low membership recently. Like, not a lot of people are going for the societies because of the cost. So if you can tailor it so then it's available for everyone, that's really important.
1 minute to answer questions. Sorry.
I feel like some societies or clubs which have smaller number of members, it affects them more than it does with more popular clubs and societies. So I feel like if we could tailor it according to the clubs or societies' needs, then that would be fine. Some clubs or societies travel all around the UK or all around the north. For them it's good because then they don't have to pay travel costs. Or for sports like rugby or football, which are more physical sports, for them to have a gym membership and go to the gym regularly, it's a great thing for them. But for the smaller societies, they struggle with numbers because of introducing a sports membership. Many students, they don't join the societies and they struggle with numbers. As being part of the cricket club, I've noticed that we've had less members this year than we've had in most of the previous years. We have a drop of over 15-20 members, and that's only because of the sport Lancaster. Many students have told us we can't afford the membership fees for the gym, and apart from paying a membership fees for the club. So I feel like that's one of the things I'd like to look at and probably change.
So Sport Lancaster Plus clubs were the only ones required to buy a compulsory gym membership. These are Bucks completing teams. I'm in favour of it. It works for most of the clubs. The reason there was negative feedback for it was a lot of the clubs weren't aware of what exactly they were being made to pay for, whereas in previous years they hadn't had to pay it. And this wasn't properly communicated, although it is to help the development of sport at Lancaster. There are a few Bucks competing clubs, like Equestrian, that don't train on site, don't need the gym, that this doesn't work out very well for them for. However, for every single club, they're getting back nearly the total cost of membership, and for most clubs it's a lot more in terms of transport, use of training facilities, and entry costs to tournaments. So although it's a new fee, it's actually beneficial for the clubs and development for sport, and they're still getting a better deal than paying for it all themselves.
I completely agree with everything Jack said, and I'd love to sit here and say, you know, we can get rid of it, but that's just not going to happen, and that's unrealistic. It's a bigger decision than the union can make by themselves. You know, it's put on them by other people, but ultimately it is helping towards the better. The only thing I'd say is there were originally discussion groups planned to receive feedback from those sports teams or from those groups to see what they felt and work towards a better solution if it wasn't working, and those never took place. And a lot of the sports I've spoken to felt that their feedback wasn't recognised and wasn't heard, and that's something I'd like to do and organise that better, because if it's not working then there's no point in keeping them in place.
Do we have another question for Natalie? And then Ash.
Have you spoke about the one or two sports or societies that you're already involved in, which is fantastic, but what other experience and skills do you think you bring to the role that will ensure that all our societies and sports clubs are fairly represented?
So the question was, what skills do we have that will make sure sports and societies are both fairly represented? I think I'm coming from quite a good position in that, in the fact that I'm Loo Dance president at the moment, and though we're classified as a society, we're also a sport. We have a competition squad that compete at competitions, and we also have just general classes and regular performances, and a key role in being president is balancing both parts of the societies, and in previous years there's been a lot of tension between the two, because some people have felt that they've been unfairly represented, and I can see that in LUSU as well. A lot of societies feel they're not on the same level as sports, but I have that experience and that ability to balance it out, and I think I could really do that with all sports and societies.
So I mentioned in my Husts the range of my experience. I think I'm the candidate with the most experience to deal with clubs and societies. President of a society that's now becoming a sports club, member of a Bucks competing club in 2 different Roses competing teams, member of the Roses Committee, and part of the Constitutional Review Committee means I've heard feedback from clubs and societies, not just individual clubs, but as a whole, the main messages that they're getting across.
being part of, as Grisdale sports officer, I've basically worked with all Grisdale sports captains and worked towards getting more people coming down to their training sessions, coming down for tryouts, coming down for teams. And we've worked well. So, and this year we've had 4 football teams, 4 netball teams come together this year. And even with table tennis, which not many people knew was a college league. With table tennis, we've had loads of people come down. We have a team of 8 people now, which is the most which we've had in table tennis league for years for Grisdale. Along with that, I feel like having come down to Carter Shield, to every Carter Shield event, and Grisdale's had the most turnout, I feel like I'm more I can get more promotion done for Carter Shield that way, because having done it for Grisdale, there's no reason I can't use social media the same way for LUSU and get more people to come down to Carter Shield, which is one of the things we actually struggle with, but other colleges mostly struggle with. For example, I remember when...
Okay, so not only have I been part of activities, but I've also been part of sports things, so I know what both sides of the spectrums are like. Being part of postgraduate college, you can see how challenging it is to try and encourage people to do activities. But one thing I've been doing whilst also being part of the PG board is actively pushing to try and get better representation of everyone within the college to partake in these activities, especially within Carter Shield and within all the other intercollegiate competitions which we have. We have probably we've always had 2 females and always had a full team at every single Carter Shield. We always try to have what we need. In addition to that, I also am part of the bar sports teams, which are not entirely represented by LUSU, and this is something that's quite challenging, and they face a lot of problems. And they too represent a lot of the university, so I can see how that works. I've got many connections within LUSU from people who I know because of my interaction with everyone. So I feel that because of those interactions that I have, I can best get my voice heard and push through further.
Ashley, did you...
Hello. Okay, so a lot of you have mentioned sports teams, which obviously is great as we do pride ourselves on sports at Lancaster, and a lot of you are focused on books. But in reality, only 1/4 of the societies at Lancaster are actually involved with books. How will you engage with the societies which often feel overlooked by LUSU?
The teams that aren't associated with books, they also require funding as much as other sports teams, other than Bucks teams do. So these societies in sports require as much support from LUSU as other clubs do. So I'd like to look at the history of these clubs and see if they've been funded by how these clubs have been funded by LUSU before, and if they have been funded by LUSU before, and accordingly provide them with funds. So if a club's not been funded by LUSU for say 2 or 3 years, I'd try and give them more funds than a club which has been funded by LUSU in the recent years, and also keep a track of how they've used these funds and how it's affected their club and their memberships and how it's affected their performance going forward.
The main part of my campaign wasn't to focus on books societies. I've been trying to focus a lot on activities and see how they do it. I've been going on about an activities membership which I'll try and tailor to every single and each activities and society that is not part of books, and that is too a competitive society. I've suggested that there are members who are currently part of books that it doesn't necessarily work for them, especially the membership that they currently have, so I try and tailor it for them too. But the societies which are competitive currently, and those who are not receiving enough funding, this is what I'll try and actively help push for them to be more represented and more supported. So this has gone through my entire campaign to try and show that I can actively help those societies so they get better representation through LUSU.
I completely agree that societies and inter-college sport is completely underrepresented and underfunded as compared to the Bucks sports. And I think I have a similar idea to Hannah with this idea for an activities membership, either allowing some of our societies to become Sports Lancaster groups, such as competing societies like dance, music, martial arts, things like that, or alternatively just providing more funding so non-competing societies and non-performance societies have the same amount of input from LUSU to do things like go to conferences that they're interested in or hire more guest speakers. It's really about just equalising that platform and that level, which I think hasn't been done.
So I talked about in my Husts the ways I wanted to improve booking and access to funding for societies, as well as sports teams. Societies currently do have access to funding, but as many people are aware, well, many people aren't aware that they're eligible for funding or how to access it. I've talked about how I want to improve this funding process, because at the moment lots of societies don't, they make do with their own membership fees, but a lot of them can apply for funding if they want to, they just don't know how. That's the main thing I want to focus on improving. There are competitive societies that would benefit from a Sport Lancaster Plus membership, but although they receive less funding and are able to receive less funding, a lot of societies could get more funding if they knew how, and that's the main thing I'd like to focus on.
Well done. Do we have any more questions from the floor? Okay. Wait a second, yeah.
Hello? Yeah. So a lot of you spoke about Campus Fest. It's actually not cancelled, it's just merging with Roses. And it definitely will be back next year. So I was just wondering how you would like to improve on it when it's back next year.
So, yeah, I think actually this year it being moved to be involved with Roses is a fantastic idea. I've been talking to a lot of people about that to show that we can actually show off the societies a lot better by involving it with Roses this year. Of course, next year it will be happening again, and this is something, because of it happening with Roses this year, we'll be able to get a better turnout, so more people will see what it's about, more people will be able to see what happens at Campus Fest, because it is at Roses. It's one of the most involved events which we have at Lancaster. So to be able to show that off and promote it this year, and then next year when we have it again as a separate event, this will be able to be better represented and better shown, so people are going to be more engaged with it. Again, a lot of societies are involved with that, and the timings of which the societies work through Campus Fest could be really heavily looked at of what's going to get the most show, what's going to get the most representation, who's going to come and see it more. So we can work that throughout the day and make sure that all societies work well together.
If it's working with Roses, so that means it would get more publicity this year, and more people would be focusing on Campus Fest this year. So for next year, it'd be easier to promote it. So I feel like if we work with societies and get the timings done according to which society should be on at what time. So for example, a dance society, if they require special lighting, so they'd be hopefully on in the evening when it's a bit darker, so they can use lighting according to their performance and so on. So working with these societies according to their needs would be important for Campus Fest, and promoting it throughout a period of time, so that it's not a sudden addition to people in their minds. Like, for example, if it's promoted because people have different activities going on at different times as well. So if it's just put on them that, oh, it's Campus Fest next week, and they have other activities to go on, or they're traveling or so on, they cannot attend Campus Fest. So if it's promoted from earlier on, more people would tend to come to it, and it would be promoted better.
So I didn't mention in my Hust about Campus Fest being cancelled, because as part of the Roses community I knew that wasn't the case, it was just being merged with Roses. I think merging with Roses is great. It's going to improve the turnout because there's going to be more people up for the weekend, and overall it's going to be a much bigger and better event. In regards to your question about next year, I think it's going to go back to how it's been in previous years, and that's been a great success. I don't think there's going to be any negative impact from it being combined with Roses this year. And when there's an away Roses, there'll be even more focus on it, since it's it will be the largest event on campus throughout the year.
I completely disagree. As a member of a society involved in Campus Fest and currently on the Roses Festival committee, I've been discussing with lots of other members who've been previously involved in Campus Fest, and they've really expressed that they don't like this idea that it's merging with Roses, mostly because a lot of people on these societies are also members of sports clubs, so when they're supposed to be competing in their sport, they might also be required to be performing as part of this Roses Festival, which is the new Campus Fest, and it just doesn't work. And we've been working on ideas to make it work, but a lot of people aren't happy with these suggestions that are being put forward by Lusu. So I think it does need to be a separate event, and next year reinstate it, just bigger and better as it is. And I mean, attendance has been dropping in the previous few years, and we need to investigate closer why that is, whether it's because of things like the weather. When it rains, no one wants to be stood outside, so would moving it inside be an alternative? Just investigating things like that further.
I did see more questions earlier.
We previously had I think it was in week 16 on Monday, we had a meeting at very short notice regarding the George Wyatt League and regarding the bylaw for it, which hadn't been updated in several years. We had this updated very recently in the captain's meeting. The first issue was that not all the captains turned up because of the short notice of the email, and secondly, that the university rules override the bylaw that was agreed by the captains. What will you do and how will you do it to make sure that the rules are in line with university regulations?
So that meeting was called at short notice, I believe, because of an incident that occurred at an inter-college event. The short notice was because there was the recognition within LUSU that the bylaws hadn't been reviewed in a while. At the end of the day, the bylaws run by LUSU have to fall under university rules as well, as the student union is inside the university, and all the students have to obey university rules as well. Although that was a short meeting and not all the captains could attend, I think working to improve the changes to those bylaws and setting up a formal process to do so on a regular basis, so not just when issues occur, will make sure that they properly align with the university regulations and that everyone can agree on them and be satisfied with them.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know much about why this meeting was called, but if it's called because I feel like if the bylaw meeting hadn't been held in a while, it should happen once in a year, once in 2 years, because every bylaw has to fall in line with the university rules. And if because it's a league organized by the university, it obviously has to fall under university rules. And I know it was just heard about it being under short notice for an incident that happened. But if we could do it once a year, once in 2 years to review the bylaws, that'd be nice.
So yeah, I completely agree with that. It was short notice, and I heard a lot about it along those lines. One thing which I'll try to do is, especially because of with bar sports, you don't know who the captains are of each teams. The females didn't know where they was meant to be standing when they're throwing darts. There's certain levels in which you're doing it. So these bylaws are exceptionally important, and especially within the teams, who's eligible to be part of that team is also too very important. What I would try and implement is a meeting at the very beginning of the year in the week off, which everyone has, to be able to introduce you all to the captains of each team, which would be announced in the summer to be able to encourage that, or even next term, try and get, I can't do it, but try and encourage them all to meet up to get to know each other. And then that would we'll be able to discuss the bylaws, make sure that everything's in turn, make sure it's all in alignment with the university regulations and rulings, so then everybody can know who everybody is and what's going to happen throughout that year. I think that's very valuable and very important.
Ultimately, this is a communication issue, which I think LUSU does need work on, communicating within the activities team itself and then between LUSU and the students. And a lot has been done to improve that with the weekly emails from the VP activities and the Facebook group. So it's just improving those steps. And it was like I said, LUSU doesn't exist to run societies or sports, but they should be there to offer support and keep up that relationship. And these are all things that are slowly changing and working towards, but we just need to really, really work on that even more and on a larger scale.
I'll take two more questions if we've got them.
Something that's come up a little bit in our consultations this week is off-campus sports teams and how they feel they don't get as much support as the people who are based in the sports centre, for example. What sort of policies do you have to tackle that?
You first.
Sorry.
Yeah, right.
I've spoken to Snow Sports and Equestrian, two in particular, as they are based off campus, and they do feel sometimes ignored, sometimes the last to be contacted with things. And I think it goes back to what I was saying about communication, but also on this representation of societies. We need to be letting the wider university know of their achievements, their events, what they've got going on, and just really making all of our sports clubs and all of our societies ultimately feel more involved in the university, pushing it out to the wider students who aren't aware of these things that are going on. And that's something I'd like to work on with the VP of Campaigns and Communications, on getting that word out there more, utilising our student media more to do that.
So a question, as well as athletics and snow sports, three of the big ones. They were all given the option if they wanted to opt into the Sport Lancaster Plus scheme and buy gym memberships or not. That was a good choice in that they didn't have to. Even for these clubs that are off campus, it worked out probably the same, roughly the same sort of price once you include the transport to competitions and entry fees, as well as the kit that they could be provided for. I don't think it's an ideal situation, since having a gym membership does not benefit some of these clubs, even though that's just a perk of what they're gaining. I would like to work with these clubs so that, although they may still need a gym membership, they can benefit more from on-campus facilities as well as their off-campus facilities.
Some clubs were offered Sport Lancaster Plus memberships, and it was up to them to take it or not. And I agree that most clubs who are off-campus don't benefit from it, but it's up to them to take it or not, because it does cover transportation and some equipment costs. But another things I mentioned in my Husts was using social media as part of my time, if elected, to promote these activities. So if I could use social media to promote snow sports, equestrian, and other sports which are off-campus, cycling, running for that matter, all of these sports which do not take place on campus, that would be nice.
As it's been mentioned, they're not represented. So I spoke to the Sailing Society, and they are also struggling exceptionally. They opted out of the membership, which is currently paid for, because it just didn't fit with what they do. Unfortunately, they're struggling heavily to be able to maintain the boats, being able to look after those sort of things within the society, and their actual membership of the society isn't working enough. Plus, the activities membership which they would be given wouldn't work at all for that certain society. As I've said in my Hust, I'm going to actively try and tailor each and every single society and make sure that they do get the membership which they need and deserve, and what's going to best be equipped for that society. This is ways in which they can feel more involved with LUSU and a little bit more represented and be more supported. The ways in which it doesn't necessarily work for them. It's like trying to get the sailing societies to go to the gym, apart from the rowing machine, which might be useful, but it wouldn't work necessarily for them. So being able to tailor it to each society would be much better, especially when they're off campus.
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? Start off with, yeah. So with more and more students concerned about finding work after they graduate, do you think LUSU needs to do more to promote the employability aspects of sports and societies, or do you think we should just remain it as something for fun?
Employability in sport is something that employability in sport is something that is based on mainly the training that people get. So if you want to be a football coach, or for that matter, you have to complete the badges. And I know the university does help us. University as a society where people can go get these badges done for their coaching or whatever if they want to stay in sport after graduation. So I feel like that's more up to societies and clubs for them to and the people to themselves, for them to go and find out how to gain the proper training to get a job in sports thereafter. And it's not much to the VP activities to help out. However, I do feel like if we can guide them along, in the sense that if they lack any information on how to go about this training, or how they can be trained to be a certain coach or be a trainer for that matter, we can be of help to them in that manner and guiding them.
First off, great question. The only area that I've experienced is in terms of development sport and coaching with the Just Play scheme. As an activator for that, I'm entitled to a funding pool so that I can go and get coaching qualifications as kind of a give back to me for helping develop sport and recreational stuff within LUSU. In terms of clubs and societies, aside from putting it on their CV, there doesn't seem to be much currently in place that I'm aware of to help people benefit in terms of employability, but that is definitely something that, if elected, I'd look into.
The Ballroom Dancing Society do their United Kingdom Alliance qualifications, which can also lead to a ballroom dancing teaching job if you attain all of them. As I've already suggested, these aren't published. When we have what they're doing, they do their medal exams, it isn't shown that these are happening. In addition to that, the debating union, also you can work for DebateMate or the English-speaking union, where you can work with mass corporations, CEOs, learning how to teaching them how to public speak and ways in which they can improve in that sort of mechanisms. These, again, aren't shown and aren't represented. These are exceptionally good and well-paid, qualified everything jobs, which need to be shown off. So ways in which we're trying to, I try and improve that is to show off what is available. You can pay a £10 membership to join the debating union and have these available to you. So if we can show that these are not only the things that you can learn how to debate, you can learn how to ballroom dance, you can also learn how to become a dance teacher, you can also learn how to become a public speaking teacher. This is what we need to show off and improve and push to everybody, because they're all as valuable as each other.
Through my society, I said I've made some great friends, I made some great memories, but I've also achieved some and learned some great skills. You know, through being on an exec position, I've learned how to work with a team, I've learned how to make decisions, and so on and so on. And these are all skills that can be applied to anything in life, not just a job in a coaching or sporting industry, but in anywhere you go. These are valuable life skills, and this is something that needs to be made known to students when they're getting involved with these things. It's not just, you know, for a hobby or some fun. These can greatly implement your life afterwards, and I completely agree. If elected, this is definitely something I'd look into.
I think that'll do it for Vice President activities. Well done, candidates. Robin's getting one. No, cheers. Well done. You okay? Good. Thank you. Am I on? Am I ready? Yeah. Okay. I'd like to invite the candidates for Vice President, Welfare and Community to come to the front, please. Yeah, sure.
Two positions for education and for activities there. What did you think of the Husts?
I thought, on the whole, they were quite good. Some mean questions throughout, but that's what I
Any
like
particular
to see.
favourite questions?
I think, well, the questions about lecture recordings for education were quite tricky. That's something that's been contested for a long time, so there's always opponents on either side of it.
Yeah, oh, it looks like they're not actually taking a break between this one. They're actually going back to the first speech, so we'll head straight back down to Barker House Farm now.
Hiya. I want to apologise if you can't hear me very well, because I'm really poorly today, so I might be a bit croaky. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Polly Davis, and I am running for the position of Welfare and Community because I believe in the creation of a sustainable campus wherein the views and needs of students can be expressed, addressed and discussed. I have previously held a SAB position on a students' union at my sixth form college as a Quality Welfare and Diversity Officer. Through this role, I was able to work to help set up an LGBTQ group on campus, as well as addressing concerns that students had around admissions and liberation groups, specifically looking at the BME attainment gap. Therefore, I already have pretty relevant experience to this role. During my time at Lancaster, I've been involved in a variety of liberation and environmental struggles specifically, including chairing the Feminist Society for 2 years, during which time we managed to quadruple our membership. I've also been fortunate enough to lead some really great campaigns with other students and activists at Lancaster, including working on the divestment campaign, getting the university to divest £250,000 from fossil fuels in the arms trade, as well as leading Consent Week, which has been incredibly popular as a welfare campaign. I believe that LUSU should be working directly to tackle the issues that are affecting our students. My first campaign aim, therefore, focuses on empowering, supporting and engaging marginalised student groups. This cross-section includes a broad demographic who I have engaged with during my own campaigns, and I'd like to focus on achievable ways to help them. This includes students in liberation groups who I believe should continue to receive the funding that they currently receive, in order to run self-led campaigns and have safe spaces. I am especially interested in supporting disabled students who I've engaged with a lot during my campaigning. I feel that this group have inadequate representation in LUSU and often suffer from really bad welfare issues which go unaddressed. For example, I've been told that the new library is actually inaccessible for those with visual impairments because the way that the light bounces off the stripy floor can cause all sorts of fits and illness and physical sickness. These are really easy issues to address as long as there's a voice shouting for them during facilities meetings. I've also become aware of the fact that many disabled students struggle to even achieve assessment due to financial hardship and the fact that it currently costs between £90 and £50 to get an assessment. In addition, I'd like to work with disability advocacy groups like DPAC to help run sessions at the university in order to empower people to lead their own campaigns. I'm also interested in addressing issues faced by international students who are a vital part of our community at Lancaster. These students currently pay the highest fees, which are increased year on year, but they have no access whatsoever to bursaries or scholarships. This promotes tremendous financial stress for these students and affects their studies. Students who work more than 15 hours per week around their degree in order to survive are likely to receive one deduction in degree grade to what they would have received if they didn't work at all. I feel that by providing financial incentives, we can benefit international students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, thus making Lancaster a more accessible community. I would also like to work at engaging postgraduate students, as well as student parents and carers, who are underrepresented at council. Around 50% of postgraduates suffer from mental health issues. This is something that I'd really like to work on by providing more targeted self-care sessions on South West Campus and working with the PG board to engage students who don't live on campus. I would also like to make the voices of student parents present in LUSU by providing a self-led kind of group for student parents to engage and bring up their issues, for example, the lack of high chairs or changing tables across campus. My second manifesto point is to create an environmentally stable campus. Lancaster has a range of incredible green initiatives, campaigns, activists and events, yet these are rarely publicised or placed at the centre of our ethos. I would like to work with groups like Green Lancaster, Carbon Neutral Lancaster and People and Planet to create a body which would oversee the university's green direction and place sustainability at the heart of Lancaster's ethos. I pride myself on going to a university which leads research into sustainability and peace. I would like to see those teachings put into practice. I would also like to see the union become more accessible through the creation of a LUSU app. I would work with the rest of the FTO teams to provide this, so it would have information on activities, socials, events, which could be subscribed to, as well as specific welfare concerns, including Nightline helping us target towards certain resources, for example, on sexual health or LGBT issues or drugs and alcohol. Finally, I would like to oppose the rising cost of living as well as a tax on education, both locally and nationally. I would like to lobby against the increases in on-campus rents, as well as running sessions with citizens' advice about off-campus renting. Above all, I wish to create a campus that every student feels they can grow on. Please vote Polly Davis #1 for VP Welfare and Community to help pollinate our campus.
Next up, we've got David Whitlock.
Hello there. I'm Dave and I'm running to be your next VP Welfare and Community. I'm running because I want to tackle stigmas wherever I find them, because I want to help improve the help and support you receive as a student, and because I want to end the scandal of student funding and the cost of living crisis. If you'll let me, you'll get a candidate who intends to make a meaningful change for you. I want to carry on the work we've been doing on tackling the stigma around mental health. As the university and union have signed the Time to Change pledge, we've sent out a clear signal that we want things to change. But unfortunately, this isn't enough. I want to channel the anger I have at this social stigma to create a positive change. We need more time to talk events, more plugging of Mental Health Awareness Week, mental health training for all welfare officers, and getting colleges and societies themselves to sign the pledge, because with this we can create a strong community ideal that this stigma shall be broken. But next year I'd like to focus more on the awareness of suicide and the availability of people you can go to on campus if you're in such a situation. With suicide being the biggest killer of young men, this is clearly a situation we need to take action on. This can be done with detailed welfare booklets given to every student at the beginning of their studies. Information for signposting on sexual harassment and local clinics can also be put into these booklets. We've worked on combating mental health stigma all year, but our work isn't done and we need to do more. I also want to work on securing better transport within and around the university. Lots of students drive to campus but find it difficult to get a permit or even park. We've likely all seen the posting over at Lancaster where cars park in such a way that the middle one gets locked in and then it annoys a lot of people. I just want some markings on the floor basically, but this will also improve our accessibility to campus for students that have to drive. I also want to tackle cost of living issues in regards to driving to campus. So I want to make a carpooling scheme, much like staff have now, by which you can get a cheaper permit with less stringent criteria and contribute to our green status as a university. This can be done by working in conjunction with the Green Lancaster meetings with university staff, students and LUSU. I also want to fight the current bus pass policy Stagecoach have, that if you lose your bus pass you have to pay for the entire thing again. It's just not acceptable. We need to fight this. We've often fought this before, but often from a very singular aspect. And what I'd like to do is do it differently by working with different stakeholders around the local community. So, for example, the University of Cumbria, local FE colleges we usually wholly ignore, and the university ward councillors who had this in their manifesto when elected last May. If we make a really strong community effort with this, we can create change rather than doing something just a singular entity. This is something I'd like to do with every piece of work I do. By getting different sets of interested students involved in various projects, we can create a distinct community feel on campus where anyone can make a difference. With cost of living being a prevalent issue for students, I want to get the universities themselves to commit to fighting this. The university's employment review is coming up, which looks at how students are employed on campus and how much they earn. A solution I propose is the university dedicating a fund to these students. So, for example, LUSU or a department can apply to this fund and you can be employed for events, careers fairs, open days, for example. This gives students more employability skills and lessens the cost of living struggle, as whilst I strongly believe the amount of money you have whilst you're at university should not be dictated by your circumstance of birth, we have to fight within the means we've got currently. I also have practical ideas such as exam stress campaigns that will utilise every college across campus by putting on their own event over a 2-week period. I want to make colleges the centre pillars of our communities on campus, especially utilising grad. As colleges are the first establishment students come into contact with when they join university, and the most recent QAA commended our college support systems, this is something we have to utilise and it's already there and available. That's what I'm about. I'm a candidate about practical change with real ideas that can make a real difference to all students at Lancaster. I feel this is a role where you have to make tough decisions that not everyone will be happy with. But over the last year, I've really learnt this skill. You can't please everyone, but as long as you can discuss and debate your views in an open manner, we can improve the dialogue between students and ourselves. Therefore, I also feel this is a role where you need to be distinctly approachable to various students from all walks of life, and I have that. I want to instil a culture that any student, regardless of your officership, can walk into LUSU and run a campaign you feel passionate about, as that's what any full-time officer should be doing. Finally, I'd like to thank to everyone who has listened to me or taken a tea bag over this campaign period. I really genuinely enjoy meeting people I otherwise would not. So I suppose that's all left to say is vote David Whitlock, #1 VP Welfare and Community. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, we've got Lucy Clues. Ooh.
Ready? Hi everyone. Before I start to get into my host, I'd like to introduce the lovely gentleman to the side of me. He's called Tom, and he's a member of SignSoc, and he's going to interpret my host into sign language. And I'm really pleased that, because I've organised this, my host is accessible to anyone with hearing difficulties. So let's start with who I am. I'm Lucy Clues. I'm in my 3rd and final year of undergraduate studies reading English language, and I'll be bowling until I die. The thing is, none of that really matters. My campaign isn't about Lucy Clues at all. My campaign isn't a reflection of my interests or of what needs changing at Lancaster Uni based on my opinions. My campaign is about you, the student body. My only agenda is to ensure that your voice is heard and acted upon. To ensure that the student body has a resource which allows them to feed back to me about my campaign at any point, I've set up an account with an online tool so people can feed back anonymously. I've set up I want the student body to feel like they can talk to me about even the most sensitive issues without fear and be honest when shaping my campaign. If you elect me, I will set up another account for students to raise issues with me throughout the year. If you elect me, I will regularly hold a Spill the Beans session where I will be out of the LUSU office, making myself more approachable to listen to you. Here's a little fact for you. The Equality, Welfare and Diversity Council here at Lancaster, which any student can attend if they so wish, last uploaded minutes from their meetings back in January of 2014. If you elect me, I will ensure that the key points from these meetings are on the LUSU website, so the outcomes of the meetings are transparent. It would also encourage new students to come to the meetings, as they will be able to see the kind of issues that have recently been raised, so they know what to expect when they turn up. In fact, I will ensure that not only minutes from meetings, but details of events, campaigns, services and funds, both at Lancaster University and in the local community, are accessible online for all students to see, so that students are more aware and more likely to engage and participate. As an officer elected to represent you, I will back national campaigns that affect you here in Lancaster. If you elect me, I will continue the successful I Won't Stand For It campaign, getting even more students and staff to sign the pledge, showing that discrimination of any kind should not be tolerated, and that LUSU supports victims of discrimination and those who stand up to discrimination. Other national campaigns I will back include This Girl Can, so women at Lancaster feel encouraged and supported to play sports regardless of shape, size and ability. This past week has shown that students at Lancaster care greatly about Eating Disorder Awareness Week, and Time to Talk nights are regular on campus and are always well attended. As mental health conditions and the stigmatisation of them is so important to the student body, I will support and run campaigns and events which both tackle the stigma and promote well-being. I will gather feedback from students with different abilities so LUSU can better support their needs. If you choose Clues, I promise to support student-led campaigns which promote ethics and environmental sustainability here at Lancaster, such as the Carbon Neutral Lancaster campaign. After campaigning for a week and talking to students about their concerns, the cost of living is clearly affecting students' experiences and well-being. If you elect me, I will continue talks with LUSU Living about the price of accommodation and talk to the Sports Centre about their membership prices, particularly in relation to the compulsory membership for those in sports teams, with an emphasis on the hope that activities should be accessible for all, regardless of income. If you elect me, I will embrace the community element of the role by creating relationships with local community groups, enabling students at Lancaster to have a wider range of voluntary work and work experience opportunities. I'll be in close contact with the local police so that your safety in the community is prioritised. I've got experience for the role, such as being on Bowl and JCR, which made me well aware of the importance of Lancaster's collegiate system and the pastoral care available for students. Throughout the summer months of 2015, I worked on Green Lancaster's Exodus project, which allowed me to network and build relationships with lots of LUSU staff, as well as nearly 40 charities and groups in the local community. Finally, I'm the current cross-campus officer for charities and president of LUSU Gives, which means I'm well networked with the charitable societies on campus. Please choose the candidate who will give you a voice. Please choose a candidate who will facilitate what you want to achieve. Choose Clues. Thank you for listening, and a massive thanks to Tom for interpreting this whole speech.
There you go, Tom. Questions from the floor? Jenny?
Hi, so EWD Council doesn't really work. People who go there don't really feel like they can mention certain things such as liberation out of fear of being called out on it rather than being educated. A lot of the time, sort of issues that are put forward don't really get tackled. There's just so many issues with it. Hopefully you will all know about all of them. What are you actually going to do, if anything, to make sure that EWD is improved or reformed or whatever?
Well, I think an important aspect of this is to make sure that students across campus engage with LUSU's democratic bodies more. If I were elected, as I said, I'd like to see the creation of a LUSU app. This would have a specific democracy section for which I'd work with the VP Union Development, and in order to publish all agendas for all LUSU subcommittees and bodies before the meeting, so that it's not only the officers and JCR officers who sit on those bodies that kind of know what's going on. I'd also kind of like to suggest having more student media representation at meetings like EWD, so that people can be made aware of the issues that are going down as soon as they happen.
Hello? Oh, it's not working. It's working. Oh, anyway, I currently chair EWD as CCO Welfare, and I will fully commend Jenny's point that it's diabolical. So what I really want to do is I'm changing it next term, actually. I've spoken to all the welfare officers, most of them, And then we're going to make a welfare committee, which is just for welfare officers. So as you said, some welfare officers don't want to speak in EWD meetings because of fear of being shouted down. So with the welfare committee, we'll just be able to discuss welfare campaigns in its own singular, and then EWD will meet probably at the beginning of the term, at the end of the term, just to pass little motions, because currently, as the Constitution states, we have to have an EWD, but it doesn't really work. So, but if there was in the Constitution review, we could see whether getting rid of EWD altogether, because we've got welfare committee, liberation committee, they're doing their jobs, and we don't need, it would feed up through another council to add on to stuff, in my personal opinion. But yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing that next term already. But yeah.
So I think first of all, I'd want to consult all the welfare officers in JCRs, get their opinions, and kind of work on it from there, because they're the ones who are going to be, attending mainly. But I think in terms of improving and reforming, I think is making it a much more informal meeting. So maybe calling it a council sounds quite, serious, and maybe people don't feel like they can come along, but kind of advertising it as something where it is informal, we can all kind of have a bit of a chat about stuff, might be, it might seem more approachable. And I think as well, to make sure that everyone's invited. I should have been at the last EWD meeting as CCO Charities, but I wasn't invited. And so it would be really good if everyone who's supposed to be there can be invited, and just every other student, so to put it on the website and make sure that it's accessible to all.
Hello. How would you promote student welfare with respect to the government's prevent counter-terrorism strategy?
Good question. Lucy?
What was the term that was used? I don't know much about that at all. I'm sorry. Can you explain what it's vaguely about? Or?
Go for it.
Prevent, it's part of the government's new counter-terror strategy, and it focuses on places like education, so universities are included in that. And there's been a lot of allegations over racial profiling and it being a system of keeping an eye on legitimate dissent and stuff with students. And as, university is a place for ideas, and racial profiling and racism has no place at a university, what would you do to combat, maybe not that specifically, but that sort of thing as well?
Yeah, I think, is that when, so some university staff have been kind of told how to spot signs. I think from what I know of it, some of it is just ridiculous. And so I guess some education about how, strictly these kind of guidelines should be followed. But no discrimination of any kind is acceptable. So things like that I Won't Stand For It campaign should show that LUSU support any victim of discrimination and support other people who maybe haven't been affected by discrimination but who stand up for it for other people. But that's all I can say on that.
David?
Yeah, much like Harvey mentioned, it basically outlines that if you have an idea that someone disagrees with, you can be put on this list, and it's pretty diabolical. So currently, Shelley Asquith, the VP Welfare of NUS, she's fighting it with a prevent strategy, which I'd really get on with pushing national stuff. If there's a march, I'll go on it. I love a good march. But so stuff like that. But I think it's also about coming at it from a local level, because, as you said, some people don't even know what prevent is and the effects that it's going to have in the next couple of years. So it's about just welfare booklets, things like that, putting it in here to let students know what it is and fighting it on a local level rather than a national level, because really, LUSU going national, it's great, but we need to let students know in Lancaster what is going on with this prevent stuff and how it's going to basically racially profile students. And we have a really big international draw to this university campus, and making them feel outlined on the side of stuff like that just isn't great. So it's more about education, campaigns, stuff like that, with what prevent actually is. That's how I'd fight it.
I try and oppose prevent in sort of several different lines. So I'd like to work with the NUS, people like Shelley, to be involved in preventing, prevent, and also students not suspects, which has been a very, very successful campaign. I'd like to work with Diversity Committee to bring students not suspects educational sessions to Lancaster in order to teach people about the stuff that Prevent involves. But also I think a really important part of it is actually going to be working with university staff, working with lecturers and with kind of assistant lecturers, tutors, to discuss kind of their attitudes to Prevent and how they've been trained. I know that the UCU is opposed to it, and I know that a lot of people have some real issues with it, particularly once you delve into it and start seeing some of the criteria that this thing proposes to count somebody as radicalised. For example, changing your hair colour, growing a beard, developing mental health issues, becoming suddenly interested in political ideas. These are all things which happen a lot at university to a lot of people. And I think it's really, really important to kind of work at destigmatising the relationships between students and university staff. But also it's important to make our own students feel supported, to let Muslim students at Lancaster know that they're not going to be profiled. Cool.
Go over. Yeah. Front first and then. Sorry.
Considering this talk of the PG board being eradicated, how are you going to reach out to postgraduate students who are not doing very well?
So eradicate PG board completely. So, that's an hard one, basically. Really, as I said, welfare booklets, stuff like that, it's getting postgrads involved in the college system, really, because I know PG board does great things, but in my opinion, grad college really could be abandoned and grad students could be put in different colleges, my personal opinion, because that's how things work. But, because I think each college has its own distinct feel, I'm in grad, and I think just being a graduate student going to college isn't much of a draw for me. That's my personal opinion. But getting grad students engaged is through welfare booklets, through meetings specifically for grad students and things like that. So getting the students to come along, and if you've just said we have that, it's about promoting it through LUSU. I know, we don't really care for grad students, and I completely agree. I'm a grad student myself. It's just promotion, getting students involved. So, and then grad students are more likely to be affected with mental health illnesses and stuff like that. So tailoring issues with what students are going to go under and stuff like that. And involving your SCR with your CAT, developing your CAT system more, because I know your welfare stuff is really new this year. So developing that. Sorry, the CAT system.
Okay, so I think that I think PG Board have done some really good things to address welfare concerns this year and will continue to. For example, the bringing in of grad freshers reps. I think that's great because I feel like grad students need freshers reps and block reps, particularly those who live in town. But also, I'd like to kind of see more targeted engagement with grad students on Southwest, doing the events that people actually want, understanding that a lot of our grad students don't like alcohol socials, would prefer more low-key events. I've actually talked to a lot of grad students during campaigning and spoken to people about the kind of things they'd like to see, for example, self-care nights with cups of tea, vegetarian cooking classes, things like that. But I'd also like to kind of work at better publication of grad events, sort of checking in on people throughout the term, kind of more notice boards, more signposting towards what's going on in order to create a community where our grad students feel valued, because they're so important to the university. And yet the university and I think the Students' Union are very guilty of ignoring them.
I think that if PG board is eradicated, some sort of other system kind of should and probably will replace it. Maybe even if it's just like a committee or a group, but a kind of improved and a reformed version. So first of all, to consult with postgrad students to see what they want and how they'd like to get involved, because if it's going to be led by them and making decisions on their behalf and stuff, then they need to be involved in the consultation. And I think throughout it all, it should be remembered that the students in grad college, they might be there for just 1 year doing a master's, and it's a short amount of time to try and get involved in everything, on all the societies, get to know all the services that Lancaster offers. So to provide that information straight away, in the kind of Freshers Week, or people might be there for like 5 years and have loads of time.
One more question. 2 more questions. Go for it.
So, on the face of it, Polly, your idea about an app seems like a great idea, but a quick Google realised that they cost like thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of pounds to develop. Surely that money would be better spent putting into welfare campaigns and welfare provisions for people already at the university rather than wasting money on developing an app.
Question. Get it on.
I think it depends whether or not you actually view the creation of an app as a waste of money. I think it's important to understand that at the moment, LUSU are in the process of redesigning our website anyway, redesigning an awful lot of the ways in which LUSU engages with students. You know, the democratic review just happened and we've discovered we don't engage with students enough. I think that it's important to see this as a long-term thing and also to work with the resources that we have at Lancaster. We have computing students who do design apps. Over my time here, I've constantly seen stuff in Scan, and I'd like to see the Students' Union kind of promoting our students' own app design innovation. I also think that you can't really put a price on some of the issues which will be able to be addressed at students' fingertips. For example, something I'd like to bring in is working with Nightline to get their lists of services there on your phone so that people, if they need it, they can get the service they need immediately. Similarly, I'm going to have a lot of information on there about drug and alcohol safety, because I think that this stuff is so vital. If you can look up the thing that your friend has taken, you can know how to look after them. That's the sort of thing that I feel like will become so beneficial over time and will kind of do a lot to address welfare issues straight away, that I don't mind kind of looking at spending the money on this and also looking at different ways of kind of creating this app and working to have it at the lowest cost possible.
Shall I just yell? I'm just going to speak loudly. How will you make sure that liberation groups, especially ones that you don't personally define into, are represented and able to run campaigns?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
How will you make sure that liberation groups, especially ones that you don't personally define into, are represented and able to run campaigns?
Okay. I guess it would be great for every single campaign to be student-led anyway. So whether you kind of define into liberation groups or not shouldn't matter, because you should be there to kind of facilitate whoever. And I definitely have a kind of open door policy so that if anyone wanted to run a campaign on any kind of welfare or community issue, I'd be there to help them. I wouldn't kind of bias or favourite, you know, kind of anyone. But the liberation groups I know are really important so that marginalised students don't sort of feel excluded and they get their voices heard as well. So I definitely prioritise that. And I think more education about them as well, and telling students who don't identify as being in a liberation group that they can get involved in the campaigns just as much as anyone else.
I think it's mainly a point of autonomy. It's letting the liberation groups, I define to 2 liberation groups myself, but it's letting the other 2, and the 2 that I define to running their campaigns themselves, self-led and stuff like that. If I go to a meeting as the VP Welfare and Community, the Liberation CCOs will be the first people I go to ask them for information on these issues. They are at the end of the day, they are the people on the ground, and they are the people running their campaigns with their autonomy, and they're the people I'll be mainly going to. So I don't think it's a question of me to walk in and go, I will help, I will do this campaign for you if you like. It's for you to run it yourself and do what you wish. Thanks.
I totally agree with what Dave and Lucy have said in terms of allowing for self-led liberation groups. I think that it's so important that we allow these voices and these stories to be heard and to dictate their own struggle, because oppression is an intersecting thing. That said, I am aware that if I were an elected officer, I would have a platform and a position of privilege that many of the people in the liberation groups don't have, and I would like to use that as much as possible to make their voices heard when they can't, say, sit in the meetings themselves and things. But more importantly, I'd also really like to tackle the barriers that stop people in liberation groups getting into these positions in the first place. I think we've had a lot of success with campaigns like She Should Run over the last few years. But I think it's also impossible to, it's also not impossible, important to ask why it is that we don't see more trans voices at Union Council, that we don't see more disabled voices, that these people have issues and they're very angry about them, but they don't get heard. And I think it's important to publicise these and get people into positions where they can have their own platforms.
I'll take one last question before we go to a break. Oh, that's a difficult choice. Oh, go on then.
Research has shown that one of the biggest causes of concern for students coming into university, so first-year students coming in, is not money, it's not if they'll get well on their course, it's making friends. So I wanted to know, what will the candidates do to help first years feel comfortable and make friends?
So I think this is a really important issue. When I got to Lancaster, I struggled immensely to make friends because I was put off campus in my first year. And this was an incredibly isolating experience. I know this is actually something which doesn't happen anymore to students who put Lancaster as their insurance choice. And I'm really glad to hear that. But I am so aware of how hard it can be at university if you haven't found your group of people yet. I think in order to do that, I would like to see a system with freshers reps, kind of like Finesse have, where freshers reps continue to check in on first year students, see how they're doing. I'd also kind of, I suppose it's important to allow people to engage with activities and to work with the activities team in order to allow students to have access to and awareness of groups where they might find friends. But also I'd like to see colleges kind of be open to the concerns their students are having, to the fact students might be feeling lonely, to keep kind of pointing people in the direction of social groups or things that they might enjoy when they are on their own.
Yeah, I completely agree with Polly with the freshers rep idea. So currently a couple of colleges they're all thinking of expanding to have freshers reps for the entire year. So I think that's a good thing because it shows that you have sort of a mentor of sorts, so you've got friends from the off basically. So, and then other colleges, that they have events throughout their bars throughout the year. And then it's having forums with different interest groups. It's kind of like societies, but a forum saying, okay, these people have these ideas or these ways of thinking, you come along and make friends and things like that. And it's working with SCRs as well, because you're more likely to go and see your SCR advisory than your welfare officer, because they have the experience and the advice there. So it's about maybe putting JCR and SCR events on together, because if you're more likely to go to these people, you've then at least got friends and connections with the JCR. And then open door policies and stuff like that, just to make sure people feel more comfortable.
I think the best way to address Freshers Week is just making sure that there's as many events on as possible for everyone. So for a lot of people, obviously, their ideal Freshers Week is just pre-drink, go out every single day of the week. And if that's their scene, then that's fine. But I think there's a lot of people who might feel excluded because they don't want to do that. So I think maybe to try and see what events people would like is, before people come to uni, on the Facebook pages that they create, like freshers pages, is having polls, asking them what they want, because then you can bond over something that you're both similar in, whether that's like films or board games, if it's not necessarily like going out.
No, we're good. Okay then, well done candidates. Great. Cool, and we'll have a little bit of a break now, go and get a drink, have a fag or whatever. We'll come back at around 20 past.
TV going to work? My standing set one. We have just heard the hustings for the first 3 sets of positions for the full-time officers. As you might be able to see here, I am all alone now. Ruben has gone down to enjoy the fun and games down at Cartmel, so he'll be asking some difficult questions of the candidates, no doubt, later on. Now, I've seen a few people on Twitter tweeting about Ron and the option to vote reopen nominations. And we have actually just been given the go-ahead to read out the Ron hustings speeches that I wrote earlier and that I spoke about earlier on. So, in a moment, we're going to start with these. And the first one is the Vice President for Education, because that is the first position that we went with today. So, the hustings speech for Ron for Vice President Education. There is another candidate in every election called Ron. Ron stands for Reopen Nominations. You don't have to vote for any of the candidates if you don't think they're good enough. Voting Ron means reopening up the position for a by-election, and here is why you might want to do that for the role of Vice President Education. First of all, let's talk about democracy. Democracy means having the choice to vote for multiple candidates who offer different viewpoints and solutions to problems. There's only one candidate running for this position, and the inclusion of Ron on the ballot is the only thing separating this election from that of North Korean Supreme Leader. But that isn't the candidate's fault. That's the fault of every other student for not registering as a candidate. So well done to the candidate for actually wanting the role and doing something about it. Their manifesto has some good points, but all the talk of fighting makes them sound more like Rocky than a skilled political negotiator, and some of their policies sound like they're taken from a Vice President Welfare and Community manifesto, so I hope they know which role they're campaigning for. Please consider voting Ron for Vice President Education. So that's just a few reasons based on the manifesto that we've pulled out. For all of these Ron manifesto speeches that we will be doing today, we have taken the manifestos that are on the LUSU nominations board. And any Lancaster University student can find those by going to nominations.lucy.co.uk/nominations/board. Anyone can view the nominations board, but to read the manifestos you will have to log in using your LUSU number and password. Now, as I said, Twitter has been fairly active today. We've seen loads of tweets scrolling along the bottom of the screen during the broadcast, and there have been quite a lot from within the room, but there have been some other ones from outside as well. There's quite a few former officers having a bit of discussion. Mia Scott and Ronnie Rowlands are clearly watching at home, reliving their previous life as a LUSU officer. I really liked Joe O'Neill's one, actually, saying, I know how Bill Clinton's feels when the welfare and community Husts were going on. And there's a few here. Lizzie Horton, as ever, is madly tweeting away. This must be her 8th or something like that. LUSU full-time officer hosting. She's been here about as long as I have, and it's great to see she's still enthusiastic. Polly McDonnell, who was we were hoping would be able to join us today, but sadly she's at home, is definitely watching there. A big shout out to Polly, and she tweeted #LUSU Elections. If I had £1 for every time communications would mention $1. It seems that anyone who is playing LUSU Buzzword Bingo or the Elections Hustings drinking game will be thoroughly enjoying themselves with all of the buzzwords that we've heard in some of these speeches. If anyone has any particular words on the sports side of things, there were two speeches in particular there that they would have got really, really drunk on. It was very interesting to see the split in the activities candidates between those focusing on societies and those focusing on sports. It's something I spoke with Ruben earlier, but there seem to be 2 candidates who seem to be targeting competitive societies as their core vote, because that's the background they come from. One going at sports from a college and inter-college side of things, and another going at sports from a books side of things, because they are the backgrounds they have, and it's interesting to see to what extent they managed or didn't manage to widen out their appeal to a wider selection of activities, groups and potential voters. Now, along with the election positions that we've been discussing today, there is also some other stuff going on with this election. You should, if you're a Lancaster student, have received Squeak today. And one of the headlines in Squeak this week is the second issue. Second down from the top it's called Lots of Democracy, and it's Get Ready to Vote Like You've Never Voted Before, and it has the details of when voting opens, which is Wednesday at 10 a.m. They've put a link to a nice little guide, and they've put in also about the option to vote Ron, which we are obviously supporting with that. And the voter codes will be going out on an email on Wednesday, is the details for that. There is also details about a January exams referendum. And it says that voting on the exams referendum opens on Wednesday at 10 a.m. and closes on Friday at 4 p.m. The question is, should there be exams in January? You'll get the voter code with the link along with your voter code, which is for all of the elections, on Wednesday morning. Now, this exams referendum hasn't had a huge amount of publicity before, but there is a page on the LUSU website called January Exams, What It Could Mean for You. And this is all about undergraduate exams in January and whether they should be having them or not. Now, there are sections on the impact that it could potentially have for undergraduates, postgraduate taught and postgraduate research students. There are different impacts for each one. Obviously, the undergraduates are the primary bunch of people who could be impacted with this because they're the ones who will be taking the exams if they get voted for and if that ends up happening. The postgraduate taught students could have impacts such as changes to the teaching year to account for the large number of undergraduates having the timetable change. Postgraduate research, it's very unlikely to affect their actual teaching or them studying their degree. What it could well impact is if those postgraduate research students are teaching undergraduate courses, as many do, and the main impacts there are postgraduate facilitators, demonstrators and teachers would likely have a week or so off from those responsibilities during exam period. The exam change will have minimal impact apart from some changes to timetabling of teaching hours. So that's the information about the January exams referendum that's happening alongside of these elections. If you want any more information on that, you can contact LUSU Vice President Education, Ben Harper, and he has written a blog on the topic. Again, the link is on the LUSU website. So the blog is also on the LUSU website as well, but all of the information for that can be found in Squeak. Now, let's just go back to Twitter very briefly and see the latest tweets that have come in using the LUSU Elections hashtag. And we've got Frankie Phillips and Ronnie Rowlands are tweeting away. And there's one there I was going to read out, but can't on air, I'm afraid. Boland's Men's Darts have been tweeting quite a lot. Their latest one was hashtag LUSU Elections. Who people make friends with is up to the individual to a degree, as well as the aggregate. They've been tweeting quite a lot about these hustings. And what else have they said? They have also said, darts players are upset that we never buy more darts accessories in County Bar. Hashtag LUSU Elections, a bit of a local issue for them. And another one, can we please get a sign pointing to the grad porters? Finding my darts last week was a nightmare hungover. I think that's their own fault for leaving them, I think, there. But there's quite a lot of tweets. They've been really active, actually. In the last hour, there's loads. So it's great to see some people who are usually a little bit outside the LUSU political core, shall we say, getting involved on Twitter. There's a great one from Joe O'Neill here saying the PG board isn't going to be eradicated. The college might be dissolved, but nobody's going to put them in the back of a van. Hashtag LUSU Elections. So anyone who was worried for the safety of the PG board, they are not going to be eradicated or killed or anything like that. There is just potential for some major structural changes in the college and the way that works. We haven't got very long left up here before we head down. It does look like there's nothing happening up there yet, but they're only due to take a 10-minute break. But before we go back, let's have the next of our Husts for Ron. Now, the second position that was up for debate today was the activities position. So, The Vice President Activities role is the next Hust that we will read out, and that is, once again, starts with our standard header. There is another candidate in every election called RON. RON stands for Reopen Nominations. You don't have to vote for any of the candidates if you don't think they're good enough. Voting RON means reopening up the position for a by-election. Here is why you might want to do that for the role of Vice President Activities. The first candidate has said they will provide our teams with whatever is required to win an away roses next year, so Lucy's financial troubles look set to get worse when a number of international athletes suddenly appear as postgraduate students for the weekend. There is quite a lot of talk about providing whatever they need for different groups in this manifesto, but rather less talk of any actual answers. Another candidate who wants to allow societies to register as a Sports Lancaster club, but I can't see there being a Bucks League for tea appreciation anytime soon, and that's not exactly something we'd like to compete against Yorkshire at Roses with either. They also pledged to re-evaluate the effectiveness of Carter Shield and Legends and establish these sports activities at the same level as Founders and Patriots. But I'm not entirely sure that we need any more of the annual bloodletting and screaming contest for which Founders is best known. Another candidate has a manifesto entirely aimed at competing societies and doesn't mention Roses at all or have any points related to sports teams. Competing societies are only a small part of LUSU's over 250 societies and clubs, and given two candidates are viewing them as a core electorate, it's far too narrow a focus on a very crowded area. They actually say more about their own involvement with college sports teams than providing any manifesto points relative to the teams, so unless they're planning to join every team, there seems to be little on offer to them. The final candidate goes for the opposite position and offers nothing to societies in their manifesto, but also doesn't mention any plans for Roses either, in a rather sparse manifesto. They're focused on the allocation of funding and training facilities so soon after the implementation of the Sports Lancaster system. Sounds like they are ready to fight yesterday's battles. Perhaps the most exciting thing about this election is that two of the candidates come from dance societies, so if they tie, at least we can hopefully look forward to a dance-off rather than the usual toin-toss to decide the outcome. Please consider voting RON for LUSU Vice President Activities. There we go. So that's two of our RON Vice President Husts read out. We'll be doing one more, I believe, before we head back down to Barkerhouse Farm. If any of you have any comments, anything that we've missed, anything that we could have put into these, send them in on using the LUSU Elections hashtag on Twitter, and we'll pick them up and we might put them on the screen if we can find enough to make it balance. Of course, we do have to attack everybody equally and be equally mean to all of them. So we've basically pulled 2 points out of everybody's manifesto on which we can attack them basically. But if you've got any more, we'd like to see them. If any of you fancy coming into the studio, any of you LUSU politics types who aren't running as candidates, send a Facebook page a message and we might be able to get you in so I actually have somebody to talk to and not just an empty studio, and that would be lovely. Just going back to Twitter, there's one from a person called Andrew Goddard, who I happen to know is a university staff member, who tweets, January exams, please think of the admin staff in departments. One exam season a year is a nightmare as is. Hashtag LUSU Elections. So maybe not everybody's point of view there, but there are certainly considerations to be taken for the admin side of things and how smoothly that will run and what workload that will put on staff if that is to happen. Benjamin Kay, who's one of our team who's down there running the LA1 TV live stream down at Carlton Bell, says, totally gutted I've not been on point with this Twitter action. If you see me on the cam on my phone, you know what I'm doing. Hashtag LUSU Elections. Well, Ben, it would be wonderful if we don't see you on the camera and you are actually sorting out the video so everyone can watch at home rather than tweeting away on your phone. We are now going to do the third and final of the RON Husts for this part, as we've only heard three of the candidates, groups of candidates, and we don't want to preempt them with a RON Hust. So let's go with the Welfare and Community Hust for RON. As always, we'll start with our standard message. There is another candidate in every election called RON. RON stands for Reopen Nominations. You don't have to vote for any of the candidates if you don't think they are good enough. Voting RON means reopening up the position for a by-election. Here is why you might want to do that for the role of Vice President, Welfare and Community. The first candidate wants to stop students having to pay for a new bus pass if they lose theirs, saying they'll work with university councillors, local institutions like UCOM and further education colleges, but doesn't actually say anything about contacting the bus company. There is also a manifesto point for those who would prefer to drive to the university rather than get a bus, noting that the car parking system on campus isn't great, the one by the tennis court does not even have markings, and that they want to fix this and also make campus more accessible. However, there are no suggestions on how to do this, so this could be anything from lobbying for more buses to building a link road from the M6 straight onto campus, complete with its own services at KFC and Krispy Kreme donut stand. Another candidate wants to launch a LUSU app to contain information about events, council agendas, welfare booklets tailored to colleges, information about drugs and alcohol, and sporting calendars, as well as promoting democratic engagement. This will be great for the 20 or so % of students whose phones with this it'll actually work, if it actually contains any up-to-date information, which is more than can be said for the LUSU website half the time. They also want to create a sustainable campus, so if elected we can look forward to more wooden buildings that leak just as much as Leica. The final candidates campaign isn't about them, it's about you. My agenda is to ensure that your voice is heard. I'm not so sure that they will still be saying that on Friday if students decide to elect another candidate. They want to confront environmental, sustainability and ethical issues, making it sound like they want to start fracking on campus, which I guess is the opposite of the intended meaning. Please consider voting Ron for Vice President, Welfare and Community. And that's the last of our Husts for Ron for this little lunch break. We're now going to just take a very short break because they are a little bit delayed getting back started down there. But I have just seen the two chair people sit down and hopefully call the candidates up to the stand. So we will be joining them down again in Cartmel in just a couple of minutes.
Am I good? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, we'll get ready to start part 2 now. If you'd all kindly take your seats after being nicely refreshed. Yeah? Joe, Frankie. Sit down, please. That's okay. So you're Husts in the order that you sat in. So you're Husts in the order you sat in.
Tactical seating.
Tactical seating. I'm gonna go and sit in there. Yeah, you can go. When do you want to go? Not first. Okay, then sit there. Okay, okie dokie, let's get back to it, part 2. So next up we've got the contest for Vice President Union Development, obviously the best contest. We've got 3 candidates for this one. We've got Nicholas Woods, James Smith and Sophie Tariff. First to Hust is Nick Woods. Woo! Are you ready?
Good afternoon. I'm Nick Woods and I'm running for VP Union Development. Firstly, a bit about why I want to run for the position. It's very rarely that I get a feeling of pure inspiration, and it's no secret that right now I live with the current VP for Activities, Natalie Sutcliffe. But I've got to see what kind of work she gets to do for the union, and it genuinely inspired me to stop sitting back and really get stuck into the Students' Union setup. After a bit of research into the roles that LUSU offers, I quickly realised the role of VP Union Development was for me. It involves direction of enterprising schemes, event creation, and engagement in democracy, which are all areas I find intriguing and my degree has prepared me for thoroughly. I'm also an advocate and perhaps too frequent visitor to the Sugar House. This is an operational success of LUSU and I would love to be part of the team that could only make it better, along with other businesses that LUSU runs. But now on to my campaign. My campaign is about developing the union to improve the student experience. Regarding the Sugar House, I would like to introduce a winning teams initiative. There is a huge focus from LUSU on roses, and rightly so, but successful teams should be rewarded for their efforts throughout the year. Teams that win their fixtures for the week will receive free entry, queue jump, or some kind of drinks deal. If the finances are up to it, I would love to be able to offer all these for those teams. Another policy I'd like to introduce for Sugar House is an opportunity to host it. Society should not feel that sports are preferred above them, so in order for students to feel they can contribute to the events put on in the Sugar House, an application and budget would be agreed in advance for a society to decorate, even serve food, play their own music, put on a show if they wanted to. It's an opportunity for those societies that are chosen to showcase themselves for a whole evening. And I think that would make the Sugar House more inclusive rather than simply throwing events at students and hoping that they go for it. Perhaps we could even have a bar sports night. But when it comes to booking major acts, it wouldn't take a genius to work out that major clubs in Lancaster have closed down and funnelled the nighttime traffic to Sugar House. We could assume then that financially it's performed better this year. Because LUSU is run as a charity, all profits are reinvested into activities for students. Lancaster should be getting more high-profile acts due to the size of the university student body. Moving on to LUSU Living. Some students I've spoken to have found their accommodation to be substandard for what they're paying for. I would endeavour to work with LUSU Living to improve the standards of accommodations to make the value of the rent payments worth it. Also, on repairs, sometimes apparently they can take a while, and I would like to look into the system that organises their repairs and make sure that it's as well oiled as possible. If you're at a top 10 university, you deserve a top 10 service. That's my cheesy line in there. Moving on to the Purple Card. I'd love to expand the geographic marketing of the Purple Card. Not all students from the UK come from Lancashire or the North West, so when they go home, it's about a third of the year that it's useless to them. I would look to make deals with organisations further north and south. I myself do not benefit from the Purple Card when I go home because I'm from the Midlands, so my Purple Card gathers dust. I also want to offer students, while they're here, relevant offers. Some of them are not actually likely to be taken up by students. For example, 2 for 1 at the Borough for breakfast is not exactly relevant to the lifestyle of most students on campus. Moving on to cross-campus events, our collegiate system is one of only 5 in the UK, and the JCRs of the colleges should look to make the most of this. As VP Union Development, I would offer them the support to make cross-campus events as big as possible. I personally found that when colleges merge, they make the best occasions, such as night out to big cities, but those events need to be published more. Giving access from LUSU to the JCRs to advertise will keep these events big and more anticipated by the students in their respective colleges. So why should you vote for me? In my degree, it is a requirement I take a year in industry. The company I worked for was Aldi, the supermarket chain. I became a manager of one of the stores. When you become a manager there, you're responsible for everything that happens in that store, from stacking shelves at a rapid pace, to counting the cash at the end of the day, to training new members of staff. I was successfully doing all of this at the age of 20. Should I be elected, I would apply those same personal principles to the job, getting up early, focusing, and really grafting hard for my customers, the students of Lancaster University. Some of the brightest students in the land deserve one of the hardest working students' unions, and I aspire to make that a reality. So remember that this year, orange is the new purple, and put Nick Woods as number 1 for VP Union Development. Thank you for listening.
Well done, Nick. Well done, Nick. Next up, we've got James Smith. Woo!
Hi there. For those who don't know me, my name is James, and I'm standing to be your next Vice President, Union Development. First, I'd like to thank all of you who've turned out today to watch the Husts and engage in our democratic process. It's very important that students feel that they can take advantage of this and get educated in the decision that they're about to make. In the last 2 and a bit years, I've undertaken various roles in LUSU, most prominently as one of the welfare officers and the president of Fylde College. In these roles, I always try to ensure that I represent the whole student body and made the views heard. I have always made sure that I spoke my mind, sometimes maybe a little too much, and that as it's students that miss out if you stay quiet and allow decisions to be made without all views being heard. I've been a vocal member of Union Council and Social and Events Group, organised large events like a Freshers' Week, and tried to fight for the best outcome for students. This is why I feel that I'm perfectly suited for the role of Vice President Union Development. This role is very broad and encompasses a lot of varied areas, so I hope that I can cover most of these in the next few minutes. I would firstly like to talk about LUSU services, one of the most prominent of these being LUSU Living. With regards to this, I believe that students that take out a tenancy with LUSU Living should expect the service that they pay for. I would ensure that LUSU Living is held accountable through having my contact details in every house and tenant forums where people can come and voice their concerns and issues with the service. I would also have end-of-tenant surveys sent out so that the union can find out how we can improve these homes to make them better for future years. Another key LUSU service is the Sugar House, which I'm sure many of us here, including me, are very familiar with. The Sugar House often struggles with repetitive playlists, drinks offers that people don't want. I would try and tailor the Sugar House experience to what students want, through surveys to find out what genres of music and acts people would prefer. I would also ensure that the Sugar House has a varied music across the 2 rooms and that we as a union constantly review the ways to make this venue better. I would also like to continue with the daytime events in Sugar, such as the laser tag, which have proved very popular this year. Central on campus and the other LUSU shop are the other services offered by LUSU, but they have become old and outdated. With Central being the main shop at the south end of campus, it is important that we offer a wide range of products and change lines if students don't want them. I would ensure that these shops are priced to be affordable to all students and have ranges that can be bought on all budgets. The final part of LUSU commercial services is the Purple Card. This should be constantly reviewed to ensure that the deals that are offered offer value for money for students, and that it is not just something that you use to get into Sugar. The second part of the role that I'd like to address is that of the colleges. Lancaster is a collegiate university, and this is something we should be incredibly proud of. JCRs often put on brilliant events such as Extravs, Freshers' Weeks, Patriots, Founders and Legends. This is even more amazing considering that JCRs are made up entirely of volunteers who give up their time to host these events. This is the same for sports teams and societies, and I can honestly say that LUSU's support for these events is often lacking. It is important that JCRs have a contact in LUSU that they feel they can go to for help, but it is also important that LUSU offers this help without having to be asked. However, I am a passionate believer in our college JCRs, and I do not feel that it is the role of any FTO to impose anything upon them. With this good working relationship, I feel that colleges would be able to put on bigger and better events for students. This leads me on to talk about socials, the main LUSU organised one currently being the Big Night Out. In the last week, I have spoken to multiple JCRs and students, and the overriding opinion is that this year the event was rushed and not communicated well, with the date not been relayed until after many social calendars were published. This is a problem that needs to be addressed as the first step in improving this event. With relation to Freshers' Week, most JCRs and students highlighted the Big Night On or Campus Bar Crawl as the weakest event. While not directly LUSU organised, we need to do more to ensure that this event is not lacklustre and dull as it was this year. Finally, I would also like to address the democracy element of the role. The government is currently undertaking policies such as the abolition of maintenance grants, highlighting the importance of voter registration to make sure that all students' voices are heard. I would do this through promoting registration earlier in the year by putting details of where and how to register on publicity of Freshers' Week. It is important that as an officer I am relatable to all students, so therefore, if elected, I would make sure that I spend at least one day a week out of the LUSU office and making sure that I'm talking to students. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you feel that I would be the best candidate for your next Vice President, Union Development. Thank you.
Time. Cool, well done, James. And lastly, we've got Sophie Tariff. Yeah.
Hello? I'm really sorry. I'm really ill, and I've given it to everyone else, so avoid me if you see me. Can you all hear me or kind of understand me? Yeah, is that cool? Okay, so I'm Sophie Tariff. It's Tariff. No, I'm joking. Everyone gets it wrong. I'm running for the role of Union Development. I feel like, it requires the officer to support the events in campus, so things like Freshers' Week, Extrav, and also to provide guidance to colleges and JCRs. And I believe I have the experience through the knowledge I've gained by being GuideStar President and the current CCO Social and Events. These are kind of aspects that the role requires you to fulfil, so I'd like to work on improving things like Freshers' Week and Extravs and encouraging and supporting JCRs for it, but it's not something I'd like to focus this Husts on because it's something that's part of the role already. I'd like to start to focus on things, on aspects outside of the roles which I feel like could be improved. Sorry, my voice is so bad. I can hear myself. The events in Lancaster have become really monotonous over the last few years. I'm sure you'll agree that once you've been here for a year, it's really exciting, but after that, it's the same stuff all the time. And I think it's time to start challenging and inspiring JCRs to try and do something and provide different events in Lancaster, which is something that I've started to do in the social events group, which is what I chair as CCO Socials. I've started to try and do my best to challenge social events officers to try and provide different events in Lancaster. And a couple of weeks ago, I set the challenge. I set the challenge for them to all come up with a different event, which they wouldn't ordinarily do. So to stop things from people just going on nights out to Manchester and Liverpool and just start having things like now County are also doing a secret social, which is looking quite positive for students. Another thing which I'd like to focus on is Big Night Out. Big Night Out happens on a Wednesday night, and the people who are most likely to go on Big Night Out are people involved in sports and societies. If you're in a sports and society, it means that your social would ordinarily be on a Wednesday night. So that means you wouldn't be able to go on Big Night Out or your society social. So why are we having it on that night if it's cutting out half the people that might be able to go? We should think about changing this to a Friday or Saturday night, because I feel like you'd have a better turnout for it. And also it means that people wouldn't have to get up Thursday morning after going on a Big Night Out. The other thing I'd really like to see change with Big Night Out is taking it on a different city. I'd really like to take 300 or 400 students to maybe Preston or Manchester and have a bar crawl, go around different cities and finish somewhere. I think that's something that they haven't done. I know they did it quite a few years ago, and so it is doable, and they haven't done it since then, so I'd really like to see that happen again. Another thing that I'd like to focus on is refreshers is becoming increasingly popular amongst colleges, and the feedback that we've had from them is that they don't get the same amount of support from the LUSU across all the colleges. So I'd like to start supporting colleges so that they feel like they're able to do that, because it's usually at the changeover time for JCRs. So I'd like to start pumping life into this and provide more opportunities for freshers to be more popular on campus. And another thing for that is the collegiate system means that you aren't able to have a big event at the end of Freshers Week because of the way that we have different colleges and stuff like that and don't have the facilities to offer it. But as refreshers becoming more popular on campus, it'd be quite nice to be able to finish Refreshers Week with a big event, and it would just change the different events that we have in Lancaster. Also, as a union, we speak a lot about campaigns coming from students. This can be successful. For example, I know that some individuals have decided they're going to start taking lots of different just students to go and watch the darts next week. Oh my God, 1 minute. Oh my God. Oh, sorry. The darts next week, so that's something good. But sorry, I've lost where I am. But the different ways you could do it is like having music techie people to start taking over things like big Battle of the Bands, because something that hasn't done very well this year, because I don't feel like I had the experience to trying to do it properly and it didn't go very well. The other things I'd like to focus on is trying to make councils and things more have more tangible outcomes to them. So Union Council is kind of a mess. It doesn't mean anything. When you pass a motion, what does that actually mean? What are the implications for students? How does that affect them? We need to go to different meetings and stuff and have actual tangible outcomes where we know what this is going to mean for students and have actual things. Thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry for being so ill.
That's good. Yeah. Oh, all right, calm down. Actually, just a reminder, we are taking questions from Twitter, and that's what I'm going to do right now from a person called Ronnie Rowlands. Okay, so Ronnie's question is, right, question for UD candidates. Since 2013, Hustings have been on Sunday afternoon in Barkrow's Farm. Every year people complain that no one goes, no one can hear. There is a sheer cacophony of food prep drowning everything out. If elected, will you revert to a weekday night in the minor hall? Better attendance, more rowdy, more engaging.
Yeah, it is an observation that the hustings perhaps are not particularly well attended. This year, after looking at the Facebook event, I noticed that the actual numbers that were invited was simply at a very low level. This could be one of the factors that influenced that, for this year at least. I know that last night I sent out a mass invitation to all my Lancaster friends here just to try and boost the numbers a bit. I think that a weeknight idea isn't necessarily the best policy. I think doing it on a Sunday is good because it's a fairly relaxed affair, but perhaps yes, movement of location would be a good idea because yeah, this is a very noisy area, it's an echoey area. We've had 2 societies now go and use the room behind us here, and yeah, the food prep going on isn't ideal. So really when it comes to just boosting the numbers, it's a matter of really publicising it, and then especially getting the actual candidates involved. There's 19 of us, I think 18, 19 of us this year. If we'd have all invited everyone we knew on Facebook, that would have massively boosted simply the invites and get more people interested in the politics of it.
Yeah, I would agree with Nick that a change in location is required. Down in Barker House Farm is quite out of the way, and I feel that we should try and engage more students by having different events for the elections in different areas on campus. So instead of having the results and the hustings in Barker House, why not have something in another bar on campus, either the hustings or the results, because then you'll engage more people, you'll have more people taking an interest in their politics. In going to the minor hall, yeah, possibly a good idea, but something that needs to be looked into. Sorry, I've got a terrible cough.
Sorry.
Yeah. And what was the other part of the question? I'm struggling to remember now.
What was the question?
Oh, in terms of having it on a weekday, that's it. Yeah, I think we need to have it when most students can come and when they can be engaged in it and engaged in the process. So finding a weekday that is most accessible to students, so either something that doesn't clash with other big events or big college events would be good.
So I think having it on a weekday is probably the best way to do it, because that is when the most students are on campus. So it means that they're on campus. If they see an event going on, most chances are they'll just walk through and like stop in for a second and listen and things like that. So it's the best way to kind of catch students who wouldn't ordinarily come to this event. And if you're on campus, you probably just stay around and stick around for it, rather than on a Sunday or on the weekend means you have to come onto campus for it. I understand that if the minor hall was getting quite rowdy and busy, they probably needed the space in here, and it is a good space in Barker House to have this kind of thing, but it isn't the most attractive venue, which sometimes is more important to students than the actual what's going on. So this could be a really good event in here this afternoon, but if students aren't interested in coming down to Barker House because it isn't the venue that they like being in, it isn't going to be as popular. So I think even though they basically do everything in Trev, and it's not the best space for it, it's probably a venue like that might be more inclusive, but then at the same time that would stop certain individuals coming in because it is a bar. So having it in a neutral space during the week.
Cool. Yeah. Questions from the floor?
Can you hear me? Hey, so this one actually quite nicely follows on from what Ronnie just asked. So LUSU tends to have a bit of a problem with getting students to engage with its democratic structures, whether it be standing for election, voting in elections. We've just covered hustings. In particular, there's a problem with engagement from postgraduate students, international students, and various liberation groups. And I was wondering if the candidates have any ideas how we can address this issue.
So I think from my own experience, so we have to try and understand why different international students or postgraduate students don't engage in elections and things like that as much as home students would. And one of the things that struck me as an international student is that voting and things like all this policy making and things like that isn't something that comes quite naturally to international students, or me personally coming from the Middle East. It meant that I've never actually had to vote in my own politics, because in the Middle East you don't ever get that opportunity to. So then I've come and moved here and quite quickly had to learn and understand what it means to run a campaign, how you can get involved with it, what that actually means, what you can do with it and things like that. So it's about trying to educate students in a different way than you would do home students. So that's a different way to try and engage them in what you're doing. So does that answer the question? Yeah.
I think it's important when looking at elections and all these kind of things to not lump them all together. FTO elections are very different from JCR elections, which are again different from CCO elections. And I think that you've got to look at engagement on those different levels. So in terms of JCRs, it's about having an inclusive college where people feel that they can change things and that they understand what the roles do. With FTOs, again, about engaging and then understanding what the roles do, but it's understanding what impact they can have in the role and the things that they can change, rather than people just sort of moaning about certain things, but that they can actually change what is happening and what they want to do. And then, again, for CCOs, just understanding what the role does and what the role can do for students, so that you can bring people together and make sure that they're better represented.
Yeah, in terms of student engagement, when it comes to international students, I think perhaps there's, I mean, having lots of friends on my course who are from all over Europe and all over the world, actually, I think sometimes they might feel a little homesick, perhaps. So there could be an element that they need some support, in the sense that LUSU will be able to help them out with sort of those kinds of feelings. Maybe they always like to go home as well to see their families. It's not so difficult for me, for example, if I were in the position of an FTO, if I just wanted to go home at the weekends, a 2-hour drive is very simple. But for those guys, they'd really want to make their time worthwhile and maybe take a week out to go back home to, say, Spain, Italy, or wherever it may be. And then, yeah, that'll probably be just the main one in terms of student engagement. It's just about sort of showing them that there is the support from LUSU, that they can do the job, and they don't feel, that being here is necessarily a burden to them and their families.
On from that, in terms of national politics rather than just LUSU politics, since the introduction of individual electoral registration, thousands of students have fallen off the register. And it was hard enough last year, when there was a general election going on, to get people interested in registering to vote. But how would you make it sexy, so to speak, to get people to register to vote for things that are seen as more boring, like police and crime commissioner elections or county council ones, which are still very important for student democratic rights, but aren't as exciting?
Last year I was involved in the 333 campaign, and I think that that's the key, making sure that people understand what these elections mean for them and making it a bit more so that they can understand what the outcome of the election means to them. So it's about pushing voter registration, showing the importance early on, so in Freshers Week, on publicity of Freshers Week, putting something out about voter registration, where you can register, and the information that is required for that. And then for second and third years, it's about going out to people and showing them why their vote is important and what they can change with it. There's no point in just putting something on Lancaster and expecting people just to do it. You have to go out and you have to tell people and get them engaged in the process and demonstrate to them what these elections, whether they're police and crime or whatever, mean to them.
So, as you sort of say, making politics sexy again. Yeah, I would love to make politics sexy again. That's one of parts of my manifesto, and I think the reason for that is that Lancaster University historically. Born in 1964, that was a time really where in the 60s and 70s students were so engaged with politics. They had a huge voice. I feel that voice has been lost over time in recent years. There's a real disengagement now with politicians because they are just so sort of aloof. I think there's probably the nicest word I could use for politicians these days. And I think that it's about, again, re-engaging with the students. I think it was David earlier who said he loves a good march. I'm sure, I've not been on one, but I'd love a good march as well. It's a case of really getting the student voice out there. We're highly educated, we're highly informed. We should be able to have a much bigger say on politics. And I also know that the question revolves around, most recently, the EU referendum decision. That's been moved now to the 23rd of June. If you want a reference point, that's extra week. But LUSU has not really managed to engage the student body in the EU referendum this year. So I would definitely make sure that students knew, following the EU referendum, when they come to the university, that they know exactly what it means for them. Should the UK leave, it may well impact on international students, and I want to make sure that they were fully informed.
Right. So something which I didn't actually get halfway through my Husts, so which I didn't get to mention, was that again, the EU referendum has only recently been announced, but it is going to be this year, which means that there hasn't been a push for very much politics at all this year from the SU compared to last year, which is probably where the first problem has come from. As there needs to be more about politics coming out this year, especially if in the next 4 months we're voting on a massive referendum. The other things, I think, the way to engage students in politics is actually explaining what it means for them. So you can speak about like different times that they need to vote, or when they can vote, and how they can vote, and things like that, but actually explaining what the implications of voting would mean. So like Nick was just saying, like, what does it actually mean for students if they don't vote in this referendum, or how not voting could impact it more than voting against it or voting for it and stuff like that. So I think it's time to just putting it in plain terms and explaining what it actually is going to mean for students, and that's how they'll start to get on board with what's happening.
Nice, well done.
Finish your point there, mate.
Sorry.
It's still going to politics, isn't it?
How do you tackle joke candidates who nominate themselves for elections?
It's inappropriate, that. Just go down the line again.
Joke candidates in elections. In terms of dealing with them, I think that would add the unfair, in my opinion, the unfair judgment that Lancaster stifles the opinion of individuals who come to the university. So, in the same way that the monster raving loony party runs for elections each year, what's to stop somebody putting in a bit of a joke application? That's fine. If the electorate wants to vote for them, that's how democracy works. So I wouldn't necessarily deal with somebody in a way of saying you can't run for election simply because your views are a bit out there, or you're doing it as a joke. He or she may not be doing it for a joke. So we have to give them a fair voice in the election if they want to do it.
Yeah, I would agree there. If you put yourself up for election, you're putting yourself up for a reason, and if it's a joke candidate, it's really whether people want to vote for that candidate rather than whether they've put themselves up. If you still talk about dealing with candidates and stuff like that, it's about prohibiting student voice, I would say, just in the way that if you have a joke candidate, it doesn't necessarily just mean that they're doing it for a laugh. It means that they're possibly saying that this is just not important, or something is wrong with it. So I don't think we can deal with joke candidates, because they actually show something that is there within our system. But it's about persuading people in elections and through voting that the policies of one candidate is best.
I think the best way to kind of take this situation is to understand why people feel like they're putting joke candidates for. Do they feel like the whole, understand what the elections is about, what the FTOs do, and understand what they actually mean? If they feel like they can take the mick with it and do what they want and put a joke candidate for, what does that actually mean for the elections, and how are LUSU going to make it so that people understand what the implications of these roles actually do and things like that, so that people aren't just putting people forward because they think that the FTOs aren't doing very much and aren't achieving very much. It's about trying to understand, trying to take that information and understand what's happening with it.
Nice. Okay, so we're going to take one more question, so make it a good one.
Could you name one policy, idea, quality, etc., that makes you stand out from the other candidates, that makes you different from the other candidates?
So, my one thing that I actually really want to focus on, which I didn't even touch in my Hust, is that I want to try and make things I feel like I'm a facilitator, so I'm able to make things that are pointless have like meaning to them, and I keep talking about implications, I keep talking about meanings of things, because I think that's what resonates with students. Union Council is something that I would really, really love to have a go at, because I feel like we all sit there and talk about things and discuss things, but we don't all know why we're there and what we're doing with it. And things like passing motions and passing policies and things like that, what does that actually mean? But Tom just saying that it sits in his drawer, like it means that we want to stand with someone or support someone and things like that. But how do you actually take that information and like transfer it into something that's actually going to impact students? And that's what I'm quite good at, facilitating that kind of thing. Taking ideas within the different councils and things and making them into actual tangible outcomes and actions. That's what I'd really like to focus on doing within the next year.
I would say that my quality that sets me apart is not being worried about challenging things. So looking at, just taking an example, last year on a committee with all college principals and senior people at the university and FTOs from LUSU, I was the only one to challenge when the issues of Lonsdale Deanery were going on. And I feel that it's the responsibility of a candidate to always challenge and always make your voice heard.
I'd say that my outstanding quality is that, as I mentioned in my Husts last year, I took that year out. So I've been to work in the real world. I took a break out of my university degree, and I'm now back sort of a changed man, and I know that I've noticed that I've changed over the years. I'm a totally different person as I was in second year to how I am now in my fourth year. So I know what it means to really get up in the mornings, like the actual morning, and you know, go to work and do some hard graft. And I would love to be able to pass that on, those kinds of ideas and efforts, into the work that I would do for the Students' Union, to really make sure that the students that I was serving felt the benefit of the skills that I've learned over the last 12 months.
Cool. That's it. Well done, candidates. Okay, so I'd like to invite the candidates for Vice President Campaigns and Communications towards the front, please.
I hope it's not me. It's me.
I don't know. It could be either. It could be either. There we go. If you've got your phones, put them on vibrate, so it's making everything go weird. You'll host in the order that you sat in if you want to reach a consensus. Yeah. Okay, so this is for the contest of Vice President Campaigns and Communications. We've got 3 candidates in this contest. We've got Joel Smith, Grace Pendleton Briers and Rachel Hughes. Joel's going to take it first. Best of luck.
Alright, I'm Joel Smith. Please excuse the stain on my shirt. I'm so nervous that I forgot how to drink a pint properly. I'm from Grisdale College. I've been part of Bellow FM for the past 3 years. I've held the roles of Assistant Station Manager, Head of Marketing and Social Sec. I've worked on events such as Roses, Campus Fest, World at Lancaster and Children in Need events. I've played korfball for 2 years. I've been a team captain and been heavily involved in recruitment and training. I've had a retail job for 4 years, and put it this way, I'm not too keen on going back, and I currently do an English language degree. So, to quote my housemate, when I told him that I was running, the first thing he said was, well, why on earth are you bothering? And I guess that's symptomatic of the fact that there's a disparity between the students and LUSU as an institution. I have been one of those people through my time at uni who hasn't really involved themselves in student politics, and I felt like I'm about to leave. It's about my time that I should really try and give something back to the students, and because I just love Lancaster, and I hope I can convince you that I should be a good choice for campaigns and communications. So one of the big things is about improving the transparency transparency and accountability of LUSU. Even those people I've contacted who have said that they've tried to do this, they've tried to go to LUSU with their issues and concerns, have felt a crumbling wall of communication. Societies have come forward and told me stories about where LUSU staff have not replied to important emails, misplaced important documents and gone back on previous promises that they've made. And at the heart of this, it shows the disparity between the students and the union. My primary focus will be improving this communication, because without this we can't hope to build trust and credibility in the union or be successful as a whole. How am I going to do this? I want to develop new methods to streamline communication from the students to LUSU, whether that's via an app, whether that's developing current initiatives or recognising more students at student events. We need to recognise the faults and achievements of LUSU. We need to provide a platform for cohesive, constructive discussion on policies and decisions that affect the student body. Once students know what's going on and how, they can get more involved and make change that works for all, and improving the transparency. I also want to encourage a closer student and media relationship. Advertising and campaigning can be made easier by further connecting the students to the media. We can revitalise struggling clubs who struggle with their funding, societies, and put college spirit back into college events such as bar sports, football and netball. I will attend student media meetings fortnightly or as often as I can to present opportunities and resources well in advance, which means that they can provide great content and increase their reach. I want to be the tie between the two. I want to enact an open door policy on myself and the other FTOs so that everyone knows where I am at all times. So that if you have a concern, if you have something you need to talk to me about, you know where you can find me. Going on from that, I promise to provide hands-on and ground-up campaign support. I want to be out there. I want to be supporting students with their campaigns, raising money for causes. One of my main roles is to support the other FTOs with their campaigns, and as long as they reflect the values and the issues that the students want to see, I'm all for it. I promise to devote whatever time I can to give student-level campaigns, student campaigns and issues the attention that they need to flourish. I want to develop the student media. We need to enact long-term plans to recruit and sustain members. We need to have a balance between the fun side and the service side. We need to provide crucial training for those seeking a career in the media or further education in journalism. And I promise to have a strong working relationship and be a face that the student media as a whole sees often. I want to enact green advertising, using alternative methods for campaigns and advertising. Postering has become slightly redundant. They get ripped down. We're desensitised by them because we see them so often. They're costly to the students and they affect the environment. And we need to embrace available technologies to a better extent. I've got lots of ideas for the campaigns that I would like to see, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I want, it matters what the students want. Throughout this week, I've been talking to societies and people just out in Alexandra Square about what they want to see, and here are a few of them. We need to tackle food waste on campus. More money needs to be spent on things to do to improve the Lancaster experience. We need to address the unequal treatment of sports clubs and societies. We need to keep costs of living down, maintaining rent prices and enforcing financial workshops for those that struggle with budgeting. And we need to address issues such as men's mental health, among other things that people have come forward to me about. Students, at the end of the day, don't know or don't feel comfortable seeking out the assistance of LUSU, and they don't understand that there are a lot of positives to do with LUSU as well. We hear one awful thing about LUSU and people run with it. You just need to look at Twitter or Yit Yak to see it. And we need to make sure that the students understand the good work that the Students' Union does, and make sure that the discussion is happening so that we can make sure we all work together to make it better. Knowledge is power, and I will promise to improve communication, sustain our student media and work towards a LUSU we can be proud of. I'm driven, I'm approachable, and I'm ready to be a true voice of the students. So what I want you to do is remember the bow tie, score a Joel in one, and vote me for your VP Campaigns Communications. Thank you.
My name is Grace Pendleton-Byers. I'm a third-year marketing student. I'm currently on Finesse JCR as one of the media and communications officers. I was treasurer in first year, and I'm running to be your next VP Campaigns Communications Officer. So, there's 5 key areas that I want to focus on. The first one is increasing awareness of sports. People know that Lancaster University has lots of sports. People know that lots of stuff happens. No one knows exact times of where and what's happening and how they can get involved. And so one thing that I wanted to implement was a digital timetable, almost like how there is with the underpass, with what bus times are coming up next. I want that sort of format, but for sporting events, and that would be both for university level and for collegiate level. I wanted to introduce something called Sport of the Week, which is where some of the lesser-known sports and societies and sporting societies kind of get the spotlight a bit more, let people to learn about what actually is their sport or society, how they can get involved and how they can participate. And I was thinking that that could be done around a time of like a big tournament or a big competition that they have, and then that way it will build some hype around that sport. I want to make intercollegiate sports. They've got a league table. No one knows about it unless they're within that sport, be it bar sports, football, netball, ping pong, that kind of thing. People don't know about it, and so I wanted to increase publicise that, because it is really impressive how many people we have involved, but no one knows, basically. And then one of the final things I wanted to do was to look into a spectator package. So when the university teams go away for, I know that Cornwall went up to Edinburgh a couple of weeks ago. That would be such a fantastic experience for other students to get involved, to go up to see Edinburgh, see the university, see the city, and then support the team at the same time. And so that's something that I feel quite strongly about. With regards to internationals, over 30% of students at Lancaster University are international, but the LUSU website is completely in English with no translation service. One thing I want to look into is having almost like a frequently asked questions page in every single language that we have students for, that kind of introduces LUSU, JCRs, FTO, all that kind of thing. And then that way it kind of gives people an in to LUSU, and then they might get more involved. I was also thinking that those could be printed out and at the LUSU desk, at least for the most common international students that we have, especially for open days, because even though students might be able to speak English, doesn't necessarily mean that their families can, and so that will get them more involved as well. With regards to the underpass, think about how many people stand at the underpass and look at a big blank wall. There's so much potential of what we could use that space for. One thing I was thinking was like a projector, to project onto the other side of the wall, to project some of LUSU's communications onto it. And I know that it is on university space, and so if they have an issue with the funding or anything, we could always sell some of the space as advertising to kind of pay for that. I was also thinking about having scan buckets in the underpass, because if you think about it, if your phone's dead, you're sat on the bus, you've got nothing to do, you're waiting for about half an hour, you might as well read scan. Okay, with regards to the spine, I'm sure that everyone is aware of Design the Spine. One of the things they're thinking of doing is getting rid of the pillars and then getting rid of the pillar boxes. And so one thing we could do is kind of digitalise sections of the spine, which would then be more green in the long term, as there's less paper. It would be more eye-catching, because people kind of zone out of a stationary poster, whereas if there's kind of a moving design, then that might be good. And then that would mean that no staff would have to go through and change the posters as well. And then with regards to student media, when I was speaking with some of the student media, one of the main issues that they said they had was recruitment. Not only the initial recruitment, but actually maintaining those people. And so I had a couple of ideas of how we could kind of build up the fact that people can get involved with student media. So I really like the She Should Run style campaign. I thought it would be quite a good idea to have something like that for student media, where people can tag their friends who they think, oh, they'd be good at writing, or oh, they'd be good at having a radio station, a radio show, or that kind of thing. One of the parts of this role is to actually interact with the alumni that we have, and we have quite a lot of alumni that are within the media and potentially interacting with student media at their time at university. I feel like it would be quite good to use their input to say how useful the media is, as that might get some more people interested. And then also having like competitions of who can create the best video, that kind of thing. And then the prizes will be from LUSU, but the main overall aim would be to raise awareness of student media. And that is everything. Please vote for me.
Well done. And lastly, we've got Rachel Hughes. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. I'm running to be your next VP Campaigns and Communications because I have the skills to facilitate creative campaigns, the experience to support student media, and the ambition to improve our communication strategy. My aims, if elected next year, tie into the strategic direction set out by the Union in 2014, which committed LUSU to a wide range of objectives to support and inspire students to love Lancaster by the year 2019. One of the key areas the strategic direction highlights is that we should be celebrating your achievements. I want to use Lucy's communication channels to shout about the achievements of our societies and sports teams. The current Lucy website is unbelievably out of date, to the extent that if you click on the What's Happening link, it will take you to a page about the 2015 grab ball plans. Getting our website up to date is one of my key concerns. The IT staff within LUSU are currently working on a whole new communications platform called NUS Digital, which will revolutionise the communications within the union as well as our website. I believe I'm the candidate who can best utilise this change to the benefit of our whole student body. I want to push forward the idea of adding a news section to the homepage where we can celebrate the successes of our students and make that front page news. As part of the new website, I want to push for an interactive timetable of events. I also want to introduce 60-second officer update videos so that the officer eyes and cues from LUSU Council are easily accessible and shareable. My third manifesto aim is to run campaigns which engage a wide audience. I want to achieve this through wider consultation on campaigns. To encourage more activism and campaigning from students, I think we need to make the process of coming to LUSU with a campaign a lot easier. Currently, there's no framework within LUSU for running a campaign. That means getting funding or support can be a very difficult and long process. I want to introduce a clear framework which seeks to iron out some of these difficulties and clearly sets out the parameters of campaigning within LUSU. I'm really keen to bring back campaigns with a physical presence. In recent years, we've moved a lot of our campaigns online, and aside from posters and leaflets, they've had very little physical presence on campus. I want to continue the work we've done digitally, but also have more things going on in the square and around campus. As a graphic designer, I'm keen to run more visual campaigns with strong branding and a very clear message. I want to work with the other FTOs to facilitate their campaign ideas and keep the quality of our campaigns consistent throughout the year. I fully expect and want to be working on campaigns such as the Support Our Sport campaign, working with the liberation groups, and doing a cost of living campaign, and so on. Sometimes it's also not about reinventing the wheel, but looking at the campaigns that continue to be relevant and that have worked well in the past, such as continuing to do the Don't Rent Yet campaign and working with Green Lancaster. While working with other FTOs on campaigns on academic and welfare issues, I think this role should take ownership of promotional campaigns, such as the Away Roses campaign next year and promotion around elections. We don't know the result of the EU referendum yet, but it could mean that next year involves a lot of reactionary campaigning to raise awareness of the changes that might be coming for our EU students. My last manifesto point is support and celebration of our student media. All too often, media executives say that being part of student media is a very thankless job, and that's something I want to change. Having been a member of student media since my Freshers' Week, and having been on both the SCAN editorial team and the LA1 executive, I know I have the knowledge and experience to be able to support our media groups. Something all four media have highlighted is that they need help with is more support for publicity campaigns to attract new members and also retraining new members so that they stay engaged. In past years, and making it in the media conference has taken place, I would like to continue running this annual conference, but propose moving it forward in the year so that it's an event that can inspire the new membership to get involved and stay involved with our media groups. I'm running in these elections this year as a postgraduate student, having also completed my undergraduate degree here, and so I have 4 years of experience to bring to the role. But I'm mostly running because I feel I'm now a confident and strong person who will be able to facilitate striking and effectual campaigns.
30 seconds.
Someone said to me last week that being an FTO requires you to be a leader and not a doer. I'm coming to you as a candidate who believes they can do both. My practical skills, coupled with my creativity, will lead to a year of effective campaigns and improved communication within our union. So please vote for me as your #1 choice for VP Campaigns and Communications.
Well done. That's it. Cool. Well done, everyone. Do we have any questions from the floor? Galera, go for it.
Hello. What do you feel about the independence of SCAN and how much involvement LUSU has with SCAN?
Yeah, cool. Order that you've listed it.
What I think, in terms of, as I mentioned it in my Husts, that we need to strike a balance, I think, between all the student medias being about having fun, about enjoying what you do and having a passion about student media, and also providing a service, I guess, for the students that are here. I think in terms of SCAN, I welcome them to. I'm not going to hold them back for anything that they'd want to publish. I think as long as it went with the guidelines that Lucy was set about for them, then that's fine. But I'm all for all the student medias having creative oversight over any of their output. Answer the question.
Yeah, I also believe quite strongly in the freedom of press, in that LUSU have their own voice through LUSU website and social media, and I feel like the students deserve to have a voice as well. Obviously, as Joel said, it is within restrictions in like what's legal and everything that, so long as it abides by the rules. But I can't see why things wouldn't, if I'm honest. But yeah, I personally believe that freedom of press, they should be able to do what they should be able to have a voice for the students, and if that's what the students feel strongly about, then why would we stop them?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said by the other two candidates. I know that this role comes with trusteeship, and that's sort of where this question is heading. If you have your trustee hat on, you're going to be having to encounter questions on the charity side, like what we're doing, is it going against what the charity's trying to do? But for me, it's not really been an issue so much in the past. There's always a compromise. If anything does seem to be inflammatory in any way, I believe that there's always a compromise that can be struck. And other than that, other than sort of the legal side with the trustee stuff, again, I would sort of let them do what they want. I know that this role comes with sort of the editor-in-chief side of it, but I've worked heavily, very closely with the editor of SCAN for the past 2 years. And I know how much work goes into it, so I wouldn't be the type of person to make any changes last minute or make that difficult for them.
Cool. Anyone else? Yeah.
What's your opinion on censorship in college newspaper articles? Because at the end of the day, if we can't express ourselves in university, where can we express ourselves?
Oh, ripple of applause. Reverse order.
Yeah, I used to run County College's Pendragon magazine, so I've encountered this myself as an editor of that, and people saying, you can't publish one thing or another. Again, it comes down to the same issue. If it's a legal issue, that's when you'd have to intervene. But other than that, I don't believe there should be any censorship.
Yeah, I currently co-write Bev's Hills for Finesse, and I agree to an extent in that I believe that everything that's published, it should reflect the views of the college and ultimately the university to an extent, in that you can't post anything that is, illegal or just... I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase it. I feel like there needs to be limits on what can be said, because at the end of the day, the university are responsible, and then LUSU are responsible for whatever is written in the college magazines. But I feel like those limits, I doubt they'll be reached anyway, so I don't really see it as a major issue.
Yeah, being part of Belleric for as long as I have, and understanding sort of the limits of where you can go to in regards to any form of media, I agree with what they've said. It's the fact that students should be open to say what they like. They should hold LUSU accountable. They should say what they think, as long as it doesn't go as far as inciting any form of hate speech, inciting any form of violence, going as far as it perhaps would do. As long as it doesn't breach those rules, then at the end of the day, the students have the right to have a voice, and if the student's voice goes against other student voices, then that just opens it up to further discussion, and discussion is how we get to a compromise and how we get to growth. So,
cool. More questions? Yeah?
So many decisions are taken on various university committees, and a lot of these require a lot of lobbying against and reporting on. Are you knowledgeable of where these decisions are taken and what decisions are made, and how do you intend to report on them?
Rachel. You first, please.
Okay. With regards to councils, I can only speak about University Council because that's the only one, apologies, Union Council, as that's the only one that I have personal experience of. I feel like these kind of decisions on what is reported on, everything needs to be reported on, because at the end of the day, these councils are happening for the students as well, and so it's the students' opinions that are happening within the council. And so I feel like everything should be reported on, and then a more potentially independent report could be taken by the student media compared to the actual LUSU voice, as this would be more of like a democratic view and just a more diplomatic view.
Yeah, I openly admit that I've not involved myself in very many council meetings before. I've been to Union Council once or twice, and the way I see it is that the Union Council, especially ones that I've seen, haven't been quite as reflective of issues that have been brought forward as they could by the people who are actually attending. And I think the media's role in that is to take what has been decided by Union Council, or take the discussion points of the Union Council and just reflect them as unbiased as they can. Whether that involves having articles that will argue against, then articles that go forward, or whether you know, just, again, opening up that discussion. And I think that the media's role is to take a relatively unbiased look at what goes on at Union Council and allow the students to then reflect on that and then bring forward their own opinions in whatever manner they deem appropriate.
Yeah, I've held positions as a JCR officer and a cross-campus officer before, so luckily, like as a candidate, I've been in a lot of these meetings, but I wouldn't be able to comment on LUSU Exec or Senate because I haven't been involved in those. But particularly with Union Council, one of my manifesto points is about transparency, and the 60-second officer videos is directly related to Union Council, with the I's and Q's of what our FTO team, and at the end of the year what all the CCOs do as well. That would make that information shareable, because it is a public document at the moment. You could go on and read what the officers have been up to, but that just makes it a lot more visible and a lot more easier to access. There's been a couple of things that have happened recently where there's had to be a very quick turnaround within LUSU on issues. For example, with the Green Paper, if people are aware of that. And that wasn't heavily publicised, but that's because it had to be such a quick turnaround. So I would like to look at how we can publicise things even after, even if we can't input on that decision because it had to be done quickly, but telling people what was made and why it was made.
Cool. Take one more, I think. Yeah?
This kind of follows on from what Jenny was saying, but things like council and EWD are open for students to go to. Like council, anyone can go to and be an observer and has speaking rights, and people just don't know that. So have you got any plans for how to publicise things like that better so that you can like encourage engagement with LUSU bodies?
The order that you listed.
I think first and foremost is utilising the student media more in aspects such as that, because I don't feel like the student media perhaps reports on those events as much as they could. You know, it can be, you know, general, just say, you know, have it announced on Bellrig, have it announced as part of LA1 TV, have an article in Scan about the importance of why you should be attending these meetings and the importance of, you know, what these things mean for students. And like the candidates for also said, it's about trying to develop new ways of which to reach, to communicate, and to make sure that these things are understandable by the student body. I think the councils involved do great work, and although some essence of them does need reviewing, I think that at the end of the day, whatever happens needs to be reported on accurately. And I'll, you know, if you vote me in, then that's definitely something that I'm going to look into.
Yeah. I agree with everything that was just said, but I also feel like we could utilise the pop-up LUSU a bit more. So we have the inflatable LUSU that you might have seen in Alex Square, and that way you actually open the dialogue with students about what they can and can't do, and the fact that they can get more involved. And I also think that with regards to involvement, I know specifically with Finesse, there's quite a lot of involvement with regards to our JCR, especially around election time, and I feel like the JCRs might be a good way to kind of almost like to infiltrate the students, to let them know that they can be more involved, and so therefore use the college social media as well as the student social media, so like Scan, Bailrig.
Yeah, one of my manifesto points is that I want to run a Your Lusu campaign at the start of the year. I know we have Speak Week that happens, well, it's only just happened, and it's kind of wanting to do the same thing, but it would be trying to engage students from the start of the year to tell them what Lusu actually does, where we fit in the system, and what services we provide. So I hope that in there'll be some way to advertise that these kinds of forums you can go along to. And yeah, in regard to how this relates to student media, LA1 did used to go along and live stream, but we found there were some issues with that. Scan do go along quite often, and they use it as a source of information for their articles. So there are things being published from it, but you're right that it doesn't explicitly say on there, you know, you can go along to this meeting too. So maybe that's just something we can talk to student media about, you know, putting that on those articles that have come out of those meetings. And then other than that, if there was sort of an appetite for a campaign about getting people involved in those meetings, then that's something we could look at separately.
Okay, we'll take one more and we'll go to Katie. Thanks.
Hello, is this on? Yeah. So, in my bylaw, in the FTO bylaw for campaigns and comms, there's a lot of clear points about communications and student media, but there isn't really a clear definition of what the campaigns part of the role means. So I was just wondering what you see the campaigns officer of LUSU actually doing. If that makes sense.
One of the things I highlighted in my Husts was that there's currently no model, basically, if you want to come to LUSU with a campaign. And I think that something that, as priority, I would do if I was elected in this role was to really make clear to people that the person that you want to be contacting if you want to come to LUSU with a campaign would be the VP Campaigns and Comms, and putting that model in place is we've got that documentation to send out straight away and they can get going on their ideas. I know that this role is largely seen as a facilitating role because a lot of the campaigns that we're going to want to run are academic, welfare, to do with the sports teams, and they're all going to be collaborative with the other FTOs. So the campaigns that I think that this role should take ownership of are the sort of promotional campaigns around events that are going on within the union, such as elections, although I know you'd be working with the union development, but if we could take ownership over those kinds of campaigns, then there'd be a clear direction for what this role does.
As Rachel just touched upon then, I believe that this role is a very supportive role. It's there to support the other VPs, is to support and facilitate the student media, and ultimately support the students in what campaigns that they want to run. Because I don't feel like my personal decision on, oh, I feel like this would be a good campaign, is necessarily that important, because the whole point of an FTO is voted on by the students, because you are ultimately the voice of the students. And so I feel like with regards to the campaigning side of it, I feel like, as Rachel said, it's a collaborative role with the other VPs, and then ultimately with the students, and trying to open up almost like a two-way conversation with students about what matters, what issues they find most important, and what they actually want us as a student union to campaign on. And I feel like that's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, one of my main points about being part of campaigns communications is being hands-on and working from the ground up. So involving, going to societies, going to clubs, going to inter-college sports, and asking them what they need from me as part of a thing. There's not really much point in us saying, you can just come to me. It's about going to them, and that's also part of me wanting to enact an open door policy whereby students understand, or students are aware of where FTOs are and what the FTO services can do. The students will know that from this hour to this hour I'm going to be be in the office or from this hour to this hour, I'll be on Alexandra Square to talk to them about these things. And as well, it's all about accountability. It's all about accountability of the FTOs. It's all about knowing where they are and knowing that the support is there to help. And as I said in my host about campaigns in general, about what campaigns I'd like to see, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what campaigns I want to see, because my role is obviously, as both candidates have said, is to focus on what the students want, because the students do come first. And any campaigns that the students want to enforce, I will give my all into encouraging and putting forward and making sure that they get the get from the ground up. So yeah.
Cool. Well done, candidates. That'll do. Well done. Shall we have a 5-minute break before we go to President? Yeah? Okay. Back in here for 22, please.
Welcome back. We are just coming back to the studio whilst they take a short break down in Barker House Farm ahead of the all-important presidential vote hustings which are about to take place. Let's just have a quick look back at Twitter. We've managed to resurrect our Twitter Wall TV. So on here you can see we have a few here. I don't actually know what this one from Sammy Kane is talking about. I think some bit of sarcasm in there. We've got utilise the underpass, digitise the spine, revitalise Barker House Farm as a nice little buzzword tweet there. Joe O'Neill tweeting again. Hannah Metcalf, of course, one of our activities candidates. So saying that she's so proud of all the candidates being able to put up with the social media and negative campaigning there. That is a bit of an issue for some of the candidates. Some of them do get a lot of abuse online for that. This one from Sophie Tariff, another candidate, is talking about Union Council and how to publicise that and how to get people to turn up and watch it. And another one from Hannah Metcalf. Boland Darts, who we were talking about a little bit earlier, saying, how will you ensure regular connection between captains and Caroline Jenkinson, who is the activity staff member who deals with all of the bookings. So that's about it for Twitter for now. We do have a few more of these Husts for Ron ready to go. The next one is for the role of Vice President, Union Development. There is another candidate in every election called Ron. Ron stands for Reopen Nominations. You don't have to vote for any of the candidates if you don't think they are good enough. Voting Ron means reopening the position for a by-election. Here is why you might want to do that for the role of Vice President, Union Development. The first candidate wants to offer the opportunity to host the Sugar House for societies, which sounds suspiciously like the Sugar House takeover events that already happen, although the impromptu swimming takeover of the Sugar House just before Christmas didn't quite go too well. They also want to make the Sugar House the top nightclub attraction in Lancaster through reinvestment of high profits from the closure of competitors, which of course relies on high profits being generated. If there was so much profit available in running nightclubs, then perhaps so many competitors wouldn't be closing. Another candidate wants to ensure that students are able to engage with national and campus issues without saying anything about how they will increase engagement. Another manifesto point is to provide accommodation both on and off campus is a huge financial burden for students. As a union, we should be there to inform and to support students who run into difficulties with staff trained to help. We should also oppose an unaffordable rise in rents. Given that LUSU has already successfully negotiated a reduction in some standard rent prices this year and has its own housing company, this is not exactly a news headline. The final candidate wants to re-energise LUSU Shop and Central in order to re-evaluate the stock and encourage more up-to-date facilities without providing any details. Will we see self-checkout or robotic self-stackers in Central, or one of those pizza vending machines in Lucy's shop? Their plan to be engaging with students on their own terms is another empty statement, unless they're going to build an entire new website and social media platform. Please consider voting Ron for Vice President Union Development. There we go. That is the views from our production team here on some of the manifestos points provided by the candidates for union development. Now, as I said, there is just one position left for the day, the all-important president one. Talking of presidents, though, we have seen quite a few things on Twitter about another presidential candidate in another presidential race. Of course, Donald Trump is running to be leader of the free world, as they call themselves, quite often president of the United States. God help us all. But he's actually been on a couple of the screens down in Barker House Farm because they have news channels on down there, and there have been quite a few funny tweets on Twitter about what Mr. Trump would say if he was in the race for Lucy president. Justin Chow has actually tweeted a picture saying a couple of comms candidates think that ditching posters for digital screens is a legit sustainable idea, hashtag Lucy Elections, with a picture of Mr. Trump on it. And there were a few more earlier in the day commenting on his supposed views on it, which were rather amusing. Lizzie Horton has just tweeted, grassroots is well and good, but VP Comms is paid to be on the ball of big higher education and Lancaster issues, not just fob it off, hashtag Lucy Elections. And that really shows one of the key points of this comms and communications role, the media points of the campaigns and communications role, is they need to be able to react to not just local issues and decisions by the university, but they also need to be able to react to government decisions. If the UK is removed from the European Union, which it might well be by the time these people take office, there are going to be huge ramifications for both home and EU and international students, and the potential candidates really do need to make sure that they're abreast of those issues if the electorate are to believe anything that they're going to say about the EU referendum. Now, let's do one more of the Husts for Ron. We will do the Vice President Campaigns and Communications Hust, as they have just finished their hustings for the actual candidates now. There is another candidate in every election called Ron. Ron stands for Reopen Nominations. You don't have to vote for any of the candidates if you don't think they're good enough. Voting Ron means reopening up the position for a by-election. Here's why you might want to do this for the role of Vice President, Communications and Campaigns. The first candidate states that I believe that this is a role, a supportive role. It is to support the other FTOs in the campaigns which they wish to run, which is a wonderful way of avoiding writing any contentious manifesto points and just rely on the candidates for the other positions to attract all of the controversy. They also want to utilise the underpass. There is so much potential, they say, but provide no new ideas. Last time this was tried, the projectors were installed down there, but wouldn't work for more than 5 minutes before overheating, which is just about enough time to listen to this one Hust, not to run a whole campaign. The second candidate wants to provide a platform for cohesive, constructive discussion on policies and initiatives, but makes no mention of the new NUS digital platform which Lucy is moving to, so is shutting the stable door after the whole herd of digital horses have bolted. Another point is to provide students with alternative methods of advertising to reduce paper consumption and reduce student expense, embracing technology for the students' benefit. There's no mention of costings or even if the technology exists to put manageable digital poster boards around campus, and students may well just poster over the digital ones with their own paper ones as they do currently. The final candidate wants to start working with NUS Digital to improve the Lucy website. But NUS Digital isn't implemented yet, so without the help of a psychic, they have no way of knowing how it's actually going to work. Their manifesto is also just a list of buzzwords with no actions on how to implement them. It's far more useful to those playing the Lucy Elections drinking game than anybody actually looking for answers to problems, wider consultation, promotional campaigns, careers, collaborative work, union communication channels, etc., etc., etc. Please consider voting Ron for Vice President, Communications and Campaigns. There we go. We'll be leaving our final Hust for Ron until after the president candidates have done their speech. Just looking at the Barkhouse Farm stream, there's no sign of them returning to the stage yet. I've just seen a few people leaving, the room. Actually, I don't know whether they're going to get food or they've run out of drink for the drinking game there. And here, just on Twitter, there's a little bit of action. Ruben Pullen, who was with me earlier, has tweeted, "Who are you voting for Prez and why is it Adam Gardner? Hashtag FTO Elections. Hashtag equality, equality, fraternity." That slogan of his, which we were talking about earlier. Katie Capstick, who is the LUSU Communications and Campaigns Officer at the moment, has tweeted, "Great answers from all three candidates about what it means to be a campaigns officer. Hashtag LUSU Elections," which is nice to see her down there supporting the people who are going to take over from her. There's a really, really interesting tweet from Tom Stapleton saying the only candidate in all contests to mention trustee responsibilities. Trustee hat for days. Hashtag LUSU Elections. Now that's a really important one, and I think this is going to come up more in the next set of hustings. All of the full-time officers are trustees of the Students' Union, and the trustees are responsible for making sure that LUSU as a charity sticks to its financial and legal obligations, so it doesn't break the law, it doesn't go broke. And they sit on trustee board with 4 external trustees and a couple of there are I think 3 student trustees who are elected along with the full-time officers. Now, the trustee board is the primary decision-making body of LUSU as a charity. All political decisions are delegated to Union Council, but legally the buck stops with the trustee board. So all of the trustees, including all of the full-time officers, have to know their stuff. They have to know what they're doing as a trustee because they are legally responsible for this. So it's very interesting to see that this has not been mentioned apart from by one of the candidates in the first 5 sets of Husts. Now, I've just seen that Tom Stapleton has sat back down in the chair's seat for the final time today for the last set of Husts. So let's head back down to Barker House Farm for one more time to view the Husts for the role of Union President.
Yeah. If the candidates for President would like to make their way to the front. Woo! You'll Hust in the order that you sat in, so whoever wants it. Have we reached a consensus decision?
Yeah, I'll go first right now. And you can get the serious stuff out of the way.
Yeah, cool. I'll just say something and then introduce you. Okay, are we ready to get started? If we want to quiet down. So we have got the contest for President now. There are 4 candidates in this competition. We have Adam Gardner, Ashley Flaird-Gold, Rhiannon Jones, and reopened nominations. Sadly, Adam can't be here. He's very unwell, so he's nominated a member of his team to be here on his behalf. Just before we start, can we have a big round of applause for all the candidates? I think they've all performed really well today, so well done. Okay, so now we've got Adam Gardner, as read out by Cian Jarvis. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
So, yes, as Tom said, I'm not Adam, but he has submitted a speech to his campaigns team. So as the head of his team for public appearances, I will now be reading this out. Hello, my name is Adam Gardner, and I am running for LUSU President. I've been a farmer all my life, and that means I have a fantastic work ethic. I want to make LUSU great again, so to do this, I have formulated a 5-point plan. Wait for applause. Number 1 of the 5-point plan. Cheaper, healthy foods, which leads to number 2. Improving sporting performance. Number 3, slow and fast lanes on the spine. I see that's a popular one. Number 4, improving the sports centre. No idea how. Improving the sports centre. Number 5, focus more on issues that affect the Lancaster campus and Lancaster students, as opposed to worldwide politics like Israel versus Palestine. Number 6 of the 5-point plan. Free sanitary products for everyone, such as tampons condoms, and miniature soaps and shampoos. Monthly publishing of FTO spending. We'll see how much they really spend in the bars. Number 8, more books in the library. I can't believe I'm doing this. Number 9, more buses at peak times. Number 10, a better cycle route between campus and town. Number 11, better DJs in Sugar House. Number 12, both closer support and greater freedom for JCRs. And most importantly, point 13 of the 5-point plan, more darts. On a serious note, my view is one of anyone who isn't part of the LUSU in-group. I am the voice of the many, shouting at the clearly very, very few. This has been a message brought to you by hashtag equality, egalite, fraternite. Yeah. I look forward to receiving your questions. Thank you.
Cool, thanks for that. Next up, we've got Ashley Threadgold. Woo!
Are you ready?
Well, that's a tough act to follow, isn't it? Let's be honest. So, I'm Ash, and I'm in 3rd year, and as you may have gathered, I'm running to be the next LUSU president. In my eyes, to improve LUSU, we need to work on a few aspects, and these are communication, visibility, and feedback. The president of LUSU acts as a representative of LUSU on Senate, meetings with commercial services, and chairing the trustee board. It is in these situations that the students' union and the student body must have faith that their president will act in their best interests at all times, and that is what I'm here to pledge to do. So let me talk firstly about communication, as this really has been the crux of my campaign and is what I truly believe is the key to an efficient students' union. As your elected president, I would like to build and maintain communication with not just sports teams, societies and JCR execs, but with every student. I think we need to build upon the existing measures, such as exec and LUSU meetings, and build on the work of the existing officer team who have done events such as Speak Week. These new events offer new and organic places for the students to interact with the Students' Union and their officer team. I think things such as drop-in sessions would provide a great method of feedback to be gathered. When speaking with societies, some of them have said if they email LUSU, they think it's just going to be ignored. And we need to ensure that no society ever feels overlooked. And let's be honest, if you're sat there face-to-face with an FTO or the CCO societies, it's pretty hard to feel overlooked. This gives the students the chance to reclaim their voice and make their union work for them again. Building on the Speak Week idea, throughout my campaign, I've spoken to a number of societies and just many lovely people up and down the spine. And the question that I've asked everyone is, what do you want from your students' union? And I've had a range of responses. Some of them, I can't really repeat. But the one that comes up time and time again is they want to know what the students' union is doing and why it is doing that. And I think that's where my second area of interest, visibility, is key. The fact of the matter is, LUSU does a lot. And I think utilising events where the FTOs and people within LUSU are more visible to the students and the student body will help disseminate knowledge as to what the officer team are actually doing and how they're working for the students. And it also gives us time to gather the knowledge of what the students want so we can work on that. Finally, I'd like to talk about feedback. For me, a students' union should only act in relation to student feedback. If decisions are to be made, it should be in reaction to what the students want and what they say they need. One of the responsibilities as president of LUSU is to lead LUSU's response on national student campaigns. I think these responses really should be the response of the students and not just what I personally feel.
We need more chances for the students to offer feedback on these issues, such as the referendums, the student carousels, the focus groups. So what makes me suitable for the role of president? Can I have a time check?
You've got 1.5 minutes.
Okay, so the president has to maintain oversight of all LUSU activities and ensure an equity of treatment for all LUSU members. So I feel a president must truly be working on behalf of the students and be free from personal politics. Whilst there are many issues I feel passionately about and have actively tried to campaign for change, for example, I'm involved in a website called She Works, which acts to promote women in the workplace. I helped start the Red Lancaster campaign, which we tried to get access to free sanitary products. I feel as president, it would be my duty just to reflect the needs of the student body and work on what they're telling me that they want. These needs are constantly in flux, and we need to be able to adapt as a student union and work to them. The past week, we have seen some great campaigns by all the FTO candidates, and as a key responsibility, the president must contain good working relations with these FTOs. As my role as Vice President of Finesse JCR, I was head of our socials team. I'm still good friends with a lot of those JCR, and I feel I would be perfect to head up your next FTO team, as I'm used to working in a team and used to leading from the front. I'd like to say it's great to see better representation, particularly for gender, in these nominations this year, as we're up to 50%, but the She Should Run campaign, we can build on that and we can keep pushing forward with it to see better representation campus-wide. So if you want a union that acts in response to its students, listens to your feedback and is more visible, then you should go for gold and vote me #1 as your LUSU president. Thank you.
So, well done, Ash. And lastly, we have Rhiannon Jones.
Hello, and I'm Rhiannon. I'm running for LUSU President. I'm a biomedical science student, and my first year I spent as President of County College, the largest undergraduate college here at Lancaster University. I've made a manifesto point to suit each FTO position because I want to show that I have a vested interest in each area of the union, and I'd like to pull the team together and help drive it forward by giving guidance and support to each member of my FTO team. My first one is to do with VP education. I'd like to bring forward an idea of course mentors. Some societies such as linguistics and the Law Society already have mentor schemes, but I'd like to do it on a wider scale where everyone in the university, when you're here as a first year, you're assigned a second or third year who can help guide you in decisions such as choosing dissertation topics or needing help with referencing, things that you maybe not quite feel comfortable with talking with your academic tutor. So I'd like to bring that forward so it's not just beneficial for the first years but also for the second and third years who can say that they've helped give this guidance and they can use it towards Lancaster Award and work experience and to put on their CV. The next one is to do with VP Welfare and Community. I'd like to bring back a 24-hour nurse on campus. Incidents happen at 3 o'clock in the morning. They don't happen between the hours of 9 till 5 when we already have support on campus. I want to ensure the safety of our students 24/7 on campus, and it will help entice prospective students knowing that they are safe on campus 24/7. They removed this in 2011, and I want us to bring it back and ensure our safety for 24/7, not just between the hours of 9 till 5. The next one is to do with the community part of VP Welfare and Community. I'd like to lobby the university to get a zero food wastage policy in shops such as LUSU Central and LUSU Shop. At the end of the day, when the food is going out of date, they sign it off and then the students are allowed to take it home what they want. But the rest is wasted, and it seems such a shame, especially when we could be giving it to homeless shelters or to food banks. As Lancaster University, we could help contribute to the rest of the community and better the community itself. The next is to do with VP activities. The most general thing that societies and sports clubs struggle with is either not enough funding or not enough room space. So I'd like to do a priority scheme, so you'd say, oh, this year I would much prefer to have more funding, and you're guaranteed that, or you'll much prefer the room space. And by listening to each other's needs and hearing what the priorities of different societies and sports clubs are, we can fit around each other's needs and use that in a way where we can, instead of having neither being fulfilled, because LUSU try and do both but can't exactly do
them. At least if we prioritise one need over the other, we can guarantee it being done. The next one is to do with cost of living, and it's to do with campaigns and communications. Cost of living, I would like to look into the cost of accommodation. They have decreased the price of one accommodation type to increase another. So they've subsidised one cost with the other. So given with one hand and taken with the other. That's what the university has done, basically. Instead, this has caused a disparity between the two amounts. So it'll cause things like ghettoisation of parts of the university. So you'll arrive here on your first year and find out that you live in parts of the ghetto of the university. That shouldn't be the thing that's encouraged. You should feel comfortable no matter what accommodation you are. That is not a reflection of the type of background you come from or the type of person you are. If someone is able to pay over £135 for an accommodation, they should not just be judged by that, but they should just be judged by the people they are and the character they are. Also, when it comes to bursaries, we are given the bursaries in February. By then, it's second term. You've already struggled through first term. First term is when you tend to join societies, you join sports clubs, and that's when you need the money. And it's the time when you turn up to uni and realise you've forgotten pots and pans and things like that, necessities. So I'd like to try and make sure that we have half of it given it in the first term and half in the second term, so then we'll spread the money equally and it will go further. The last point I'd like to bring up is gender equality. So 6 out of 48 LUSU presidents have been self-defining females. 6 out of 48 isn't exactly the highest number that we've all heard, and I'd like to address the issue of when female candidates go forward, they are often have victimised for being females, and I have personally experienced that in a previous campaign. I'd like to fight that, and I would like to try and bring gender equality to the university. So please, when voting, think of Rhiannon for number 1 for LUSU President, and I would like to bring diversity to the role of a LUSU President and support all when I can. Thanks.
Well done. Oh. Cool. Well done, everyone. We'll take questions from the floor. I'm assuming people have got... Yeah? Great.
With regards... I'm sorry, this is just to you, Rhiannon, because you've just mentioned it.
Over there.
With regards to receiving your bursaries in February, the reason why that occurs is so people don't apply for university, get the bursary, quit university and take the money. So how are you going to tackle that, seeing as though that's the case? Plus, they do tend to get student finance, which pays for their pots and pans.
It's a risk that we take whenever it comes to bursaries, because people don't just quit in first term. I've known people to quit in their final term and then their second term. It's a risk that the university must take, but student finance often does not cover all the costs, hence why people have to go for things like a part-time job as well. So I think if we have it in the first term, it is risky, but at the same time it also does secure their fight in first term, because first time you've got almost little chance of getting a part-time job to be able to support yourself. And I think it's a risk the university should be willing to take to ensure our lack of struggle, because we're already trying to, adapt and acclimatise to being in university. So I don't think it's much of a stretch to only ask for half of it being in the first and half in the second, because if they drop out in third term and they've already been given it, the money's gone either way, isn't it? So at least then it's not all gone if it's first and second term and someone's dropped out in first term.
Cool. Keaton, do you want to go and sit down? Next. I don't know. He's just leaving. Where's the microphone? There we go.
Is it working?
There you go.
There seems to be a lack of diversity in terms of the candidates running this year for FTO positions. Like, very, very few of us comparatively identify as female or non-binary. Very few of us identify as non-white or queer. How will you take steps as president, as somebody who represents the entire union, to kind of tackle these attainment gaps and make people of marginalised identities want to run for positions?
Ashley first.
Okay, so when it comes to issues of representation, I know sometimes it can be difficult for people to sit and listen. I mean, I appreciate I come from a position of great privilege, and I've not had that kind of institutional oppression placed upon me. But as president, I feel like it would be key for me to work with liberation groups to listen to them and find out how, as a union, we can actually support them. I wouldn't be able to speak on behalf of, say, I don't know, the BME and tell them what their experience at Lancaster Uni is like, but by talking to them and getting their feedback, I would like to act on their behalf in their best interests, using their feedback and their guidance.
Obviously, as one of my points, I've gone on gender equality, and I've voiced that because I obviously can talk about that, being female and having experience. So I thought I'd put that in because when it comes to finding equality in other fields, I'd actually like to approach the people who are from that background. They know the information, they know what things they are vulnerable about, and I'd like to address, how could we offer you that support? How can we do that? Because obviously I'm not going to have the, specialist knowledge, or I'll know what they feel vulnerable about, but I will completely have I know out from how I've had experience, had sexist comments done towards me, I'll know how it feels, and I will try my best interest to combat any qualms they have or any insecurities they feel, and I'll be combating that by ensuring that when someone does break the rules when it comes to in elections and things, that it's actually dealt with accordingly, and that there is a consequence for saying things that is incorrect and things.
Can people hear me with this? This is to both the presidential candidates. What will you do about LUSU finances, as LUSU only gets £2 million, but the university itself gets £116 million in fees alone? Will you fight for more funding off the university? And if you can't get more funding, what kind of cuts would you be prepared to make as LUSU president? So sort of two-part question.
Okay, when it comes to funding from the university, it's very controversial how people view how the union should have a relationship with the university. But when I was president of the county college, we had a very strong relationship with our SCR, and because we had such a strong connection, they often gave us more money than they usually give us. We were sometimes a little bit cheeky what we'd ask for, but because we had such a strong relationship, they were more inclined to give us that money. So I would always go for a good relationship with the university to secure more money. If the money was not allowed or they did not want to give any interest, I would look into, instead of looking at cuts, I would much prefer to see where we are spending money which could be spent more in a more guided way. So things that are beneficial to all the FTO positions that are being done, if we could make sure we're funding them and fund what the students want at that time, and make sure that that money isn't cut, and prioritise the needs of the students at the time to suit that. Okay?
Cool. Ashley?
Okay, so yeah, I think funding is always going to be a controversial issue when it comes to students' unions. The role of the president, in reality, is to bridge the gap between the university, the students' union, and the students' body. I think you need to work with the university. They do want the best experience for their students. So we need to build relationships with them to help get them on board and show them what we can do with their funding and that we're spending it wisely. If we can't build that relationship and the university really are opposed to it, I feel like when it comes to cuts, as again, nobody likes the word cuts, sometimes they're a reality. It's about consulting students. It's about looking at our expenditures, seeing, if we're prioritising certain things, where we can cut them back, doing it with the students' input rather than making a rash decision as a team. We need to work with the student body to get feedback on such big issues like that, as it is them it affects in the reality.
Cool. Next question.
Where do you stand on the TEF, and how will you balance the needs of undergraduate students against postgraduates who teach?
Sorry, can you repeat it just slightly louder, please?
Okay. Where do you stand as a candidate on the TEF, and how will you balance the needs of undergraduate students with postgraduates who teach?
Teaching excellence framework.
I think quite often postgraduates are overlooked. I feel a lot of them feel alienated and feel disillusioned with LUSU, and they feel like they're not part of it. I think particular postgraduates who are teaching, they are under a lot of additional stresses. and they may not necessarily be getting the support they need, I think this is an area where I would have to work with my FTO team to try and build better relationships with those in the postgraduate college, those who are teaching, and see how we can support their needs. But I don't think we can say we'd prioritise postgrad over undergrad or undergrad over postgrad. We need to get equality for all students.
And on the TEF, the Teaching Excellence Framework, as a candidate, what's your opinion on that?
I'll have to be honest with you, I'm not as well read up on that subject as I could be. I will research that a lot more because I don't know too well, unfortunately.
Really?
I agree with Ashley in the sense that postgraduates are often overlooked and are not focused upon as much as undergraduates, which is quite surprising considering that there are over like 5,000 postgraduates here at the university, and the university do often take advantage when it comes to teaching and postgraduates because the contracts aren't exactly up to scratch and it doesn't reflect well with the life of a postgraduate, and they do expect a lot off from the postgraduates. I would have to look into it more, as obviously I'm not a postgraduate myself, so I don't have that much knowledge into the lifestyle, but I would be keen to talk to as many postgraduates as possible to ask how could it be improved and how could we help in that sense. When it comes to the TEF scheme, I would have to also admit I'm not too polished on it, and I have a basic understanding but not quite as much of an understanding as I'd like to then comment on it, because, you know, I wouldn't want to make myself look like a fool and pretend I know what I'm on about. But I would be very keen to read up on it if it is something that will impact such a large amount of students as well, and ensure that I do have a thorough knowledge of it when it comes to talking about issues to deal with it.
Excellence framework, it's what universities will be judged on if they want to rise tuition fees in line with inflation.
Yeah, could you start again? Sorry, because it was quiet.
Is this the green paper?
Is it the green?
I'm saying the TEF, the Teaching Excellence Framework, it's what universities will be judged on if they wish to rise tuition fees in line with inflation. So it's probably something useful for you both to have a look at.
I have read
it. The green paper.
Is it? Yeah, we've read it.
Damn it.
Hello. So how are you going to move your role away from what is technically at the moment VP meetings?
I like it.
Oh, Felicia. I agree, there are a lot of meetings involved with being the USU president, but unfortunately it's the backbone of the role, because you have to have as much knowledge as possible. You have to attend these meetings because it's the little meetings that build up together to show a difference and impact the university the most. It's how we feed back from the meetings that really does matter. We have to make sure that when we go to meetings, we hear something that we know is going to be detrimental to student life, that we feed it back to the students, and that we actually act upon what we say in meetings. So we can't just be sat there saying, oh yeah, I'll look into this, and then don't do it. You need to make sure that you have to remember that all meetings are minuted, people can check up on what you're saying, and we have to ensure that we actually, whatever we say in our meetings, that we actually follow through with, and that we report it back to the students so that they know what's going on and what we're focusing on and how they would like us to deal with that issue as well and take that on board. Because the meetings are important, because they don't do it for the sake of it, and unfortunately they have an importance, and I do think it is important to attend the meetings.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think that's a very fair point, saying the president could be recalled VP meetings, but the president is a facilitatory role. I'd like to say I would be in those meetings, but I would be acting on behalf of the students. I'd be there to keep my FTO team informed so we can then better inform the student body. I would be going in there to represent the Lancaster students, and it would be an uphill battle to get away from the meetings. I would like to have a more visible union, building on things like Speak Week, where we take time away from the meetings and go and interact with the students. But there will still be meetings, and I will still be in them, but I will still be fighting for what the students want.
Nicely done.
I just want to move back to Hannah's comment previously about the bursary issue. Yes, people get student loans, but some of us actually don't have student loans, and some of us aren't actually entitled to bursaries. For example, myself, and I'm actually pressured into getting a part-time job to actually fuel my university lifestyle. For example, just having the means to eat. One thing that I notice about some students around me is that they take a lot of their money for granted. Do you feel that this is an issue? And furthermore, how would you combat it?
When it comes to finances, there is a vast amount of issues because of the diversity university does actually offer from people come from different backgrounds. I think we could just work on schemes instead that with people who don't get student loan and have to get a part-time job, that their departments are well aware of this, so that when it comes to submission of work and things, that they can have a bit of leniency in that sense. When it comes to students and how they treat their money when they have an abundance of it, unfortunately it's very hard to educate some people the value of money, and it's something you will learn throughout your life, and university is just another section of your life that when you meet different people and people from a variety of backgrounds, when you see how tight someone does have to be with their money, that will educate you in the sense that you see how they've had to struggle and you see how much money you have, and they will impact your life. So I think when students are more open about their money and their financial situation, it helps educate each other, because you understand that money doesn't just grow on trees, and that for some people it truly is an issue, and that we have to respect that we don't all come from privileged backgrounds, but we can help support each other. And okay, yeah.
Don't know. Was it 8? I don't really know.
Again, another question, please.
I don't know why I took this question.
More questions, please.
What are your views on our current international teaching partnerships, especially given some of them have been reported to be slightly dodgy?
I think that is a controversial area to comment on, and it's going to be hard for me to come down either side of that, to be honest. I think it is great what Lancaster Uni is trying to achieve. I think they've gone in there with the best intentions. I think there are places we could look to improve that in the terms of the dodginess. But again, I couldn't come down too hardly on either side. I think you need to look very deeply into what is going on and how we could improve it before I could comment too far.
Could I just ask for the question to be repeated again, just because I just want to make sure I got it?
Yeah. So what are your views on our international teaching partnerships? We've got a number in Malaysia, India, Pakistan, etc. And especially given they've been reported recently to be, I'll not say dodgy, that's libel, slander rather than libel. They're slightly questionable.
Well, I think it's great to see that the university is branching out to do such things, because, I've personally been abroad to go and experience a different lifestyle and to spend time in a hospital working. And it does offer you something completely different, which is brilliant, and it offers, like another string to your bow. When it comes to maybe it not being as developed as it should be whilst we're practicing it, that should be looked at. So instead we need to be looking at other universities that have similar schemes, seeing how they do it successfully, and then adapting it to suit Lancaster itself. So instead of having a dodgy scheme, we could just try and improve it, because we shouldn't be throwing programs out there that haven't really been tested very well or haven't been thought through as well as they should be, if that answers everything.
Do you feel that sitting on UMAG damages the integrity of the Students' Union President?
Sitting on which?
UMAG.
What does it, UMAG?
It's the university management. It's the highest sort of sitting body.
Okay, sorry. I haven't heard it being shortened before. I feel like often when it comes to universities and the union, they'll often use us as a union, because they'll want to say, oh, but we have a student representative, and they try and abuse that because they make sure that we're a minority on the board, but so they can better themselves and sound good to other universities, they say they have the representative. I think the more meetings you do attend, the better, because the more knowledge you get, because some people might say that some meetings are useless, but nothing is useless because you'll always gain something from it, whether it is more knowledge or more insight into what's going on. So I think it is always beneficial to be as on many meetings as possible to widen your knowledge and to understand where the direction of the university is going and the university and compare it to the direction of the union as well, because often we are looked at as two opposites when a lot of the time we will have common interests, but also we will also have differing interests. Okay? Yeah.
I'm going to come down and say I think no, it doesn't. I think as the president, you'll be sitting on things such as Senate, you'll be sitting on UMAG, you'll be sitting on the trustee board. You are there as a representative of the students. I feel like as long as that president is acting in the best interest of the students, it can only benefit the students' union to have the knowledge of what's happening within the university. And I feel like that, I've lost what I was going to say. I feel like sitting on a board like that would help give me the knowledge to understand what's happening within the university and how we can react to that as a students' union.
Is that all?
Do we have any more questions? One more question, please.
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 Please. From someone else. Go on then. You are, sorry. Liz. Yeah, someone did ask. I think it was James_21. He'd like to know what you'd do differently to previous presidents.
Oh, both.
Yeah, both.
Yeah. Who's it starting with?
Oh, sorry.
Who's it starting with?
It's not, he just said previous presidents.
No.
I think it's...
Yeah.
Is it?
So what I do differently to previous union presidents is the fact that I have a manifesto that does suit each point of the FTO positions. So I'm going to tie in the team as well as possible because I'll have a vested interest in each area. I will have a better general knowledge of each area and what's going on. I will be dedicating my time to listening to students, taking on their feedback like I have been doing whilst visiting societies and sports clubs throughout the campaigning time. And I am a very hard-working person, and I found, like with being county president, I've dedicated my first year life to being about LUSU politics, and when I couldn't carry that on, I kind of found myself a little bit lost. So I'm different in the sense that I've not known any different than to be a part of student politics, and my whole university experience has been about what the students want and how I can deliver it.
Yep, I think what I would do differently to previous presidents, and what I am doing, is because I am running to work for the students. I found in my experience at JCR that I really enjoyed putting the events on, having the feedback from the students and building on that. And I feel I would be there to facilitate. There's been 5 VPs running around, there's been many candidates running around for these 5 VP positions, and they've made many promises to you, and my role is to ensure they have the support and deliver on their promises, not to be making my own. I'm running with this without personal politics. I want to be there as a representative of you and give you your voice. And that's what I would do differently.
We've run out of time, I'm afraid, so we can't take any more questions. Hard cut off at 4:30. But no, well done to both the candidates. Big round of applause, please. Well done. Well done, mate. Okay, cool. So that brings full-time officer hustings 2016 to a close. A big thank you to all the candidates for turning up and nominating themselves, for LA1 TV for doing all of this for us. A big thank you to Liv, sat next to me, for being the vice chair. I've been Tom Stapleton. I've been great. Cheers.
And Tom Stapleton, LUSU Vice President, Union Development, Chair of Hustings, has just brought to a close the LUSU Full-Time Officer Elections Husting 2016. We've heard from 17 candidates for 6 positions on views that represent a huge range of topics that affect students both locally and nationally. And now it's nearly time for you guys to decide who you are going to let to be your full-time officers for next year. We're going to take one last look at Twitter before we go. We'll head over to the Twitter TV and see what's on there. So this tweet we actually saw earlier, and there's somebody who doesn't quite know what they're watching on the live stream here, shall we say. These ones, there's a few from a little while ago now, just publicising our stream. Belrig FM, of course, have been covering it as well. The next one is the height of laziness, driving from Bowland down to Cartmel. And there's one here, this is Bowland men's darts when they started tweeting. So there's been loads of tweeting throughout the day, all of these, especially from Bowland's men's darts, and it's been great to see so many groups and individuals getting involved on Twitter. Now, we do have one final Hust to read out, and that is the Ron Hust for President. There is another candidate in every election called Ron. Ron stands for Reopen Nominations. You don't have to vote for any of the candidates if you don't think they are good enough. Voting Ron means reopening up the position for a by-election. Here is why you might want to vote Ron for the role of Union President. One candidate has submitted a 3-sentence manifesto and no picture of themselves, hardly worthy of a future president. You probably wouldn't even recognise them, even if they did go out campaigning. Never mind turn up to the hustings. Misquoting the motto of the French Revolution makes them sound like a confused baguette-eating socialist. Another candidate's manifesto has finally gained unique selling points with their pledge to be the 7th self-defining woman president of LUSU after the withdrawal of the only other self-defining woman from the election. Their scheme to allow societies, and not just sports, to opt for either more space or increased funding fundamentally misunderstands the complex requirements of societies and that space and funding requirements are intrinsically linked. It is also under the remit of the activities officer, and whoever gets elected to that role may not like the idea of using such a simplistic sledgehammer to crack such a complex nut. Another candidate pledges to maintain open lines of communications with societies and sports teams, which makes it sound like they want to sit behind a large desk with a number of red phones and hotlines to Moscow sat alongside lines to the rugby and netball teams. Although Mr. Putin may be easier to deal with than some of our sports teams at Sugar House on a Wednesday night, this is hardly an innovative solution to a well-known problem. They also plan to continue with events such as Speak Week to increase representation. Well, as part of Speak Week, there was an FTO question time, which a whole 4 students turned up to, meaning they were outnumbered by the officers, which sounds about as representative as a plan for imminent Syrian elections. The final candidate has actually pulled out of the election, but is still listed on the nominations board, so may still get elected, which will be a surprise for them and show how futile campaigning actually is. Please consider voting Ron for your LUSU president. Now that brings a close to all of our coverage of LUSU hustings. By some actual miracle, despite starting half an hour late, they have actually finished on time for the first time in God knows how many years. So a big congratulations to Tom Stapleton and the team down there. A big thank you to the LA1 TV team and LUSU tech crew who've been providing all of the tech support for today. And thank you to everyone who's been tweeting, because otherwise I wouldn't have had anything to say for the last 4 hours. Good luck to all of the candidates, and we'll see you guys on Friday night for the election results, and the highlights of that will be in GML a week on Wednesday. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.